Beneath the dust of time lie questions sharper than any sword, older than any myth. Who carved faces into stones in the middle of nowhere? Why did entire civilizations vanish without a trace, leaving behind cryptic ruins, untranslatable symbols, and engineering no one can explain? This isn't history. This is a graveyard of logic. And we're digging it up. From prehistoric megastructures to vanished technologies, these are the most unsolved ancient mysteries that defy everything we thought we knew. Get ready. What you're about to see isn't just unexplained, it's impossible. Before we dive into the depths, take a second to hit that subscribe button because trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. And while you're here, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from? And what time is it right now? Midnight in Tokyo? Sunrise in Toronto? Let's see how far this mystery spreads. The prehistoric ditches of the North European plain. They stretch like scars across the land, some shallow, some deep, some winding with apparent randomness, others eerily straight. They are ditches, thousands of them, crisscrossing the vast North European plain like the forgotten veins of some ancient dying colossus. They run through Germany, slice across Poland, bleed into Denmark, and trickle toward the misty forests of southern Scandinavia. And nobody knows why they're there. Sure, we have guesses, theories, best fit models and academic debates. Maybe they were boundary markers. Maybe they were ceremonial. Maybe they were some kind of prehistoric barbed wirean early attempt at defense without walls. But maybe, just maybe, they were something far stranger. Because here's the thing. We have no written record from the people who dug them, no inscriptions, no carvings. No handy stone tablet that says, "This ditch? Oh yeah, that was for the sheep." Nothing. What we do have is a staggering number of ancient ditches, hundreds of miles, now known by a deceptively mundane name: landwehr, earthworks, linear banks, trench lines that predate our assumptions. Structures that defy classification. Some date back to the Neolithic, others to the Iron Age. A few might even whisper secrets from the Bronze Age. But let's take a moment to appreciate just how weird this is. We're not talking about trenches that encircle a hill fort or protect a settlement. Many of these ditches go nowhere. They begin in the middle of an open field, stretch for a few kilometers, and then just stop. No connection to rivers, no association with settlements, no strategic choke point. Just lines in the land, dug by hand with tools made of stone, bone, and wood. To the modern eye, they make no sense. And in archaeology, nonsense is the beginning of fascination. Some are single trenches, others form parallel tracks, as if ancient engineers had a sudden epiphany about Roman roads 2,000 years too early. Some are shallow mere scratches. Others are imposing, 5 meters wide and just as deep, flanked by raised banks of excavated soil. When LiDAR imaging revealed even more of these structures hidden beneath farmland and forest, the problem grew exponentially. Far from being isolated quirks, they turned out to be common. They crisscrossed each other, overlapped in confusing layers. Some had been repurposed, others seemed ceremonial, possibly even astronomical. Take the so-called Büdelsdorf site in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Here, massive ditches form concentric circles, ritual spaces, perhaps. Or take the Brodatorp ditches in Sweden, which stretch in straight lines for kilometers. There's no obvious purpose for these, unless you think prehistoric Scandinavians just had a thing for straight-line jogging paths. And yes, there are signs of deliberate planning. Alignments with celestial events, repetitions in spacing, parallel paths suggesting coordinated labor. Some are associated with burial mounds. Others pass eerily close to long-forgotten standing stones, as if they were part of a larger, more cohesive landscape architecture that time has shredded beyond recognition. This wasn't just aimless digging. This was organization, community effort, a vision that we no longer understand. Let's run through the suspects. Theory 1. Defensive structures. Sounds solid. Trenches can stop a horse or delay a raiding party. But many of these ditches are too shallow to matter militarily, and too isolated to protect anything meaningful. Besides, what kind of defense ends in the middle of a potato field? Theory 2. Territorial markers. Maybe the ditches served as prehistoric property lines, giant keep-out signs between tribal lands. But then why the variations in size and structure? Why build a 4-meter trench just to say mine? Theory 3. Water management. Aha, irrigation, drainage, flood control. But the North European plain is largely flat. Water doesn't play by the same rules here. And there are no signs of accompanying aqueducts, or cisterns, or storage basins. Just the ditches. Theory 4. Ritual landscape. Now we're talking. Maybe these were pilgrimage routes, sacred enclosures, boundaries between the mundane and the sacred. That would explain the deliberate placement near megaliths and burial sites. But again, we're left with more poetry than proof. Or perhaps the scariest theory, we're asking the wrong questions. Imagine a civilization whose worldview was so alien, so completely detached from our post-Enlightenment logic, that these ditches made perfect sense to them. Maybe these trenches were not about utility at all. Maybe they were symbolic. Maybe they were spiritual conduits. Maybe they marked the paths of celestial spirits, or were maps of star constellations laid onto the earth. Maybe they were music. Maybe they were memory. Maybe they were punishment. Because that's the catch with deep time. The further back you go, the harder it is to tell tool from totem, function from fetish. And don't forget the logistics. Digging a ditch hundreds of meters long with nothing but antler picks and stone shovels? That's not a weekend project. That's months of communal labor. These weren't idle gestures. This was sweat, coordination, and intent. But intent to do what? One eerie possibility. Some archaeologists have proposed that the ditches served as invisible fences for herding obstacles for animals that relied more on visual cues than on physical barriers. Picture Neolithic cattle slowly guiding themselves along a faint trench, instinctively respecting the edge. That's clever. That's elegant. But if you're digging kilometers of trench just to move cows in a straight line, you might be too elegant for your own good. Then there's the spacing. In some regions, the ditches follow geometrically pleasing patterns, rhombuses, triangles, even apparent golden ratios. That kind of symmetry doesn't happen by accident. Not when you're using a stick and some twine to survey the land. There's even evidence of red ochre and burnt offerings in the soil layers of some ditch bottoms. Offerings to what? Who do you pour blood and ash into the earth for? If this was ritual, it wasn't subtle. It was thunderous. It tore lines into the land so deep they still echo in satellite images today. And that's where things get spooky. Because if these ditches really were part of some massive, pan-regional, ceremonial complex, if they connected sites and spirits across borders and centuries, then we are standing on top of a dead civilization's nervous system. A network designed not to move people, but meaning. Not to transport goods, but beliefs. And belief is the hardest thing to map. You can carbon date bones, you can catalog pottery shards, but you cannot measure mystery, not directly. And that makes these ditches the ultimate archaeological Rorschach test. What you see in them depends on what you believe about the past. Are we looking at primitive engineering or advanced spirituality? Is this evidence of early state formation? Or of cults whose gods demanded lines in the dirt? Or maybe it's both. Because that's the uncomfortable truth behind so many of history's deepest holes. Sometimes what we dig up only buries us deeper. And now, having just spent 1,700 words wandering through prehistoric ruts in the landscape of the unknown, it's only fitting that our next mystery involves not the dirt below us, but the intricate beauty above it. Floors that float, rooms that defy gravity, and Romans who, for a brief time, figured out how to glue art to the air. Let's talk about mosaics on wood. The lost knowledge of Roman underfloor mosaics, installation on wooden substrates. If you ever visit a Roman villa of the good ones, with intact atriums, hypocausts still breathing dust, and the sun filtering in just right, you'll find yourself standing over something quietly miraculous. Mosaics, tiny tesserae, some no bigger than a fingernail, arranged into scenes so intricate they might make a Renaissance painter blush, gods reclining on clouds, chariots frozen mid-race, seas boiling with tritons and whales, a frozen technicolor dream of what once was. But look again. Now, imagine this mosaic, not on solid stone, not on cement, not embedded in some grand hall's cold, immovable floor. Instead, imagine it's suspended on wood, a mosaic built not upon the earth, but above it, on the upper floor of a Roman villa floating above the void. Let that sink in. Mosaics on wood, mosaics on the second floor. And now ask yourself the question, how? Because if you know anything about the material properties of Roman-era construction, you know this shouldn't work. It should snap. It should collapse under its own weight. You shouldn't be able to walk across a second-story room of stone and lime and pigment without the whole thing crashing down like a brick cake. But they did it. They did it so well that traces of these upper-floor mosaics have been found in villas across the empire, from Britain to Tunisia, from Syria to the shores of Lake Como. This wasn't a one-off accident. This was a technique, a style, an architectural flex that we, in all our modern wisdom, still don't understand. Let's break this madness down. Here's what we do know. Mosaics are heavy. A typical Roman mosaic includes several layers, a foundation bedding of lime and rubble, a thick mortar base, and the tesserae themselves cubes of stone, glass, terracotta, even gold. The whole thing can weigh several hundred kilograms per square meter. That's fine when you're laying it on packed earth or stone slabs. But wood? Wood flexes. Wood warps. Wood is the diva of construction, materials moody, with moisture, prone to shrinkage, and highly unimpressed by tons of marble stacked on top of it. And yet, the Romans weren't just installing mosaics on wood, they were doing it well. Some lasted for decades. Some bore the weight of entire families walking across them. Some even had substructures for heating, ventilation, and piping. This wasn't hackwork. This was precision. So how did they do it? Some archaeologists propose a technique involving mosaic carpets. Essentially, the mosaic would be constructed off cydia, complete panel of tesserae embedded in a lighter, transportable bed. This panel could then be installed like a piece of fine furniture onto a wooden frame. Others suggest a more modular approach, smaller sections of mosaic, each self-supporting, laid carefully across wooden joists with cushioning materials in between. There's also the possibility of hidden reinforcement thin layers of lime mixed with organic binders, perhaps even early uses of resin or bitumen, to create a semi-flexible matrix. Think of it like a very, very ancient version of fiberglass. But these are all educated guesses. Because the real kicker is this: no one ever wrote down how it was done. This is one of the most infuriating things about Roman engineering. They wrote treatises on aqueduct gradients, military siege engines, and how to pick a good site for a vineyard. But floor mosaics on wood? Dead silence. Vitruvius, the great architectural author, mentions mosaic floors, yes, but always in the context of stone. Not a word about suspended installation. So we're left with the fragments, scattered remains of upper floor mosaics discovered during excavation, often found face down in the rubble, like ancient paintings trying to kiss the earth. Sometimes you'll find scorch mark traces of wooden floors that burned, leaving behind a ghostly outline of the mosaic's position. Sometimes it's just the tesserae, collapsed but still arranged in something close to their original pattern. These moments are like catching sight of a ghost mid-sentence. And then there are the villas. Take, for instance, the Villa Romana del Casale in Sicily. It boasts some of the most famous Roman mosaics in existence: the Bikini Girls, the Great Hunt, the Geometric Hall. We know there were upper floors. We know mosaics adorned more than just the ground level. But we don't have the technique. Only the aftermath. Or consider the Romano-British villa at Woodchester. The Great Mosaic, they're nearly 10 meters in diameter, all on ground level, yes. But nearby evidence suggests the villa had at least one upper floor with decorative flooring. Why? Because mosaic fragments were found above the hypocaust flues, not beneath, not fallen from the ceiling, but in situ, right where the floor should have been. And still, the how eludes us. Let's entertain a thought. What if the Romans had a binding agent we no longer understand? Something natural, organic, a plant-based resin maybe. Or a byproduct of their infamous garum industrius, fermented fish past-used in construction for its oil content. Sounds absurd? Not really. The Romans used blood to seal mortar. They added pozzolanic ash to concrete to make it self-healing. Their recipes were strange and specific. Imagine a binder that soaked into wood, hardened like epoxy, and fused mosaic to floor-like armor to skin. Or maybe the trick wasn't in the material. Maybe it was in the engineering logic, the placement of beams, the ratio of weight to joist spacing, a technique of suspension using tension cables or slings of hide. Roman architects weren't just builders. They were mathematicians, artists, psychologists of space. They built domes that still stand today, bridges that have endured 2 millennia of flood. Is it really so unbelievable that they could also build floating floors of art? Still, the silence in the record is deafening. There's also something almost poetic about the mystery. Because mosaics, more than most Roman art forms, were personal. They were private commissions, domestic luxuries. You didn't build a floor like that to impress Caesar. You built it to impress yourself, or your guests, or the gods, if they happened to pop in for dinner. They were, quite literally, foundational art. And to think that these rich, powerful homeowners people who lived above the baths, above the wine cellars, above the bustling forum chose to place these masterpieces not where every visitor could see them, but upstairs, tucked away, it says something. It says they trusted the technology. They trusted the artisans. They trusted the wood, which is more than we can say today. Because no modern contractor is going to sign off on embedding a 500-pound stone artwork into your upstairs guest room unless they're very, very drunk. The real tragedy here is that we've lost both ends of the equation. We've lost the knowledge of how it was done and the cultural mindset that made it seem worth doing. We no longer think of upper floors as places for permanence. We think of them as transitory bedrooms, storage, maybe a den, not as canvases for immortal art. But the Romans did. They lived in a vertical world, rich with layered meaning. Below them, hypocausts and fire. Around them, mosaics and walls thick with paint. Above them, the shifting sky. Everything was connected. Everything was considered. And now? Now we're left with a puzzle of technique. A puzzle of ambition. Maybe one day we'll rediscover the recipe. Maybe a forgotten scroll will surface in the ruins of Herculaneum, wrapped in glass and carbon, whispering the secret in Latin shorthand. Or maybe it will remain one of those ancient riddles that doesn't want to be solved, not because it can't be, but because it wasn't meant to be understood outside of its own time. After all, what is a mosaic but a collection of broken fragments arranged to create an illusion of wholeness? Maybe that's the point. And speaking of illusions, our next mystery dives even deeper into the realm of the impossible. We're heading to the center of the world's largest desert, a place of sand and silence. And there, carved into the rocks of the Sahara, are the ghosts of ships, boats, sailors, even battles etched into stone where no water flows. Get ready for rock art and a lot of questions about ancient oceans. If you're still here, you're clearly one of us, the kind who stares into ancient mysteries and wants more. So do yourself a favor. Hit that subscribe button. We're just getting warmed up. And while you're at it, tell us in the comments where are you watching from and what time is it right now, because unraveling the past is always better with a global crew. The ancient rock art of the Sahara, boat depictions. The Sahara is a graveyard of forgotten oceans. Today, it's a brutal silence. A land stripped to its bones, waves of sand the size of buildings, heat that rattles the air like glass. It's easy to forget that once thousands of years ago this was not a desert. It was green, wet, alive, and carved into its stones, like whispers from a dream we barely believe, are the memories of that time. They're not just animals, although there are plenty of those giraffes, elephants, antelope, and crocodiles dancing across the canyon walls of places like Tassili Najer and Gilf Kebir. They're not just humans either, though the figures are everywhere, hunting, herding, dancing in shamanic spirals that seem more ritual than recreation. The strangest images, the ones that make scholars blink and double-check their field notes, are the boats. Yes, boats. Etched into stone deep in the central Sahara, miles from the nearest coastline, hundreds of miles from the Nile. Rowboats, canoes, and in some cases, what look like massive seafaring vessels. Some with sails, some with prows that curve like the beaks of birds, some with row upon row of oars, suggesting crews large enough to rival anything on the Mediterranean. In one petroglyph, it even looks like two boats are fighting. Warriors stand in them, spears raised, a battle frozen in stone, a naval battle. In the middle of what is now a lifeless ocean of sand. Let that sink in. Because this isn't just a case of misinterpreting an abstract shape. These are detailed, intentional, and they change the entire way we think about human history in North Africa. First, the timeline. Most of the Saharan rock art is believed to date back to what's called the African Humid Period, roughly between 10,000 and 5,000 years ago. During this epoch, the Sahara was not a desert. It was a mosaic of lakes, rivers, and savannas. Seasonal monsoons pushed further north than they do today. Vegetation bloomed, animal life was dense, and human culture followed the water. But here's the kicker. Even in that wetter era, there's no direct evidence of seas or lakes large enough to justify some of these ship depictions. We're not talking about little dugouts to cross a pond. We're talking about maritime technology boats built for serious distance, hulls reinforced, storage holds implied. Some of them look like they belong on the Nile or even the open ocean. And that opens up several possible explanations, none of them entirely satisfying. Theory 1. The boats are symbolic. Maybe the carvings aren't literal. Maybe they're spiritual. The vessels of the dead, perhaps, navigating the underworld. Boats as metaphors for passage between worlds, between lives. After all, this is a common motif across ancient cultures. Egyptians had their solar barks. Mesopotamians had the ferry across the river of death. Even the Norse had their longship burials. But if that's true, why are the depictions so detailed? Why include rows of paddlers? Why add rigging and sail lines and decorative prows? Symbolic art doesn't usually sweat the small stuff. These look like someone was trying to say, "This is what I saw." Theory 2. The boats were real imported from elsewhere. Maybe these weren't indigenous crafts. Maybe the artists had traveled. Or perhaps they encountered traders, migrants, or seafarers from distant lands who brought their vessels upriver into the heart of the continent. This leads to tantalizing questions about prehistoric contact zones. Could Nile-based civilizations have penetrated deep into the Sahara during wet periods? Could early Afroasiatic-speaking groups, or even pre-Egyptian seafarers, have carved a maritime corridor into the Green Desert? There are scholars who've speculated about a proto-trade network stretching from the Nile to the Atlantic, threading through a Saharan wetland highway. It sounds implausible until you remember that 6,000 years ago, the Sahara was wetter than modern-day Kenya. Theory 3. The Sahara had lakes large enough to support such ships. Here's where things get seriously weird. There's evidence sparse, but intriguing of ancient megalakes in the Sahara. Paleo Lake Chad, for example, once stretched across an area the size of the Caspian Sea. Dried riverbeds, called wadis, snake through the desert, suggesting networks of now-vanished tributaries. Could one of these now-dead lakes have been the cradle for a lost maritime culture? Could the rock art be the last echoes of a civilization that lived not on the land but on water? It's a seductive idea. A people who rode from island to island, city to city, across a Saharan archipelago that has now vanished without a trace. Their cities drowned in sand, their harbors turned to dust, their boats immortalized only in stone. And then there's Theory 4. We're wrong about the dates. What if these petroglyphs are older than we think? Or newer? There's been recent reevaluation of the age of some Saharan art. Some researchers argue that certain carvings may be much more recent than originally believed, dating not to the Neolithic, but the Bronze Age or even later. If that's true, it opens up an entirely different field of speculation. What if seafarers from the Mediterranean Phoenicians, for example, ventured far into the desert on exploratory missions, leaving behind traces of their ships? Or what if early Egyptian state societies pushed further into the interior than we currently have evidence for? There's a carving in the Central Sahara hard to date, hard to contextualize, that shows what appears to be a man wearing a feathered crown, standing in a ship with flared ends. It's almost Egyptian in style. Or maybe that's just our brains imposing familiar patterns on ancient abstraction. But abstraction or not, the consistency of these depictions is what's haunting. You don't just see one boat and call it an anomaly. You see many, across vast distances, in multiple styles. Some simple, some sophisticated. Always boats. You start to realize you're looking at a culture that knew the water intimately, knew the parts of a boat well enough to draw them in correct proportion, knew how humans stood or sat or rode in them, knew the way sails bulged, the way keels curved. And they carved these things into stone with enough confidence to last 10,000 years. They weren't dreaming, they were remembering. Of course, the lack of physical remains haunts the field. Where are the boats themselves? The planks? The rope? The caulking? Well, they're gone. Organic material doesn't survive long in the desert, especially if it was used, reused, burned, or lost in regions that are now buried under hundreds of feet of sand. And let's not forget how massive the Sahara is. It's not just large, it's impossibly large. You could hide entire civilizations in its folds and never know. For every petroglyph we've found, there are probably hundreds more still buried beneath the dunes, waiting for the next sandstorm to reveal them. Or the next satellite scan. Or the next mad archaeologist with a shovel and a death wish. But maybe we're asking the wrong question. Instead of why boats in the desert, maybe the question should be, what have we forgotten about water? Our view of the ancient world is biased toward land empires. We map our histories through roads and walls and borders. But for millennia, water was the true highway. Lakes and rivers were faster, cleaner, and safer than trekking across land. Boats were not luxuries, they were life. Maybe the Saharan boat art isn't an anomaly. Maybe it's a clue. A clue that civilization didn't rise from isolated farming villages, but from networks of watery trade. That people came together not around kings, but around boats. That technology moved not by caravan, but by current. Maybe the Sahara wasn't a barrier. Maybe it was a sea. And now, as the sand continues to swallow these ancient sea memories, we pivot from carvings of boats to something even more bizarre, bones shaped by human will. From the void of vanished oceans to the skulls of the Marquesas, deformed and elongated in strange ritualistic beauty. Because our next mystery is a question not of environment, but of identity. Let's talk about heads, long ones. The elongated skulls of the Marquesas Islands, Polynesia. First, picture a head. Now, stretch it. Not a little, not a fashionable bump or noble brow. Stretch it a lot. Imagine a cranium that rises like a crest, curving backward, long and smooth, almost alien. The forehead slopes. The back of the skull extends dramatically, almost as if it's been pulled like taffy, not by genetics, by design. Now picture hundreds of them. Because on the Marquesas Islands, a remote chain flung like stepping stones across the deep Pacific, such heads were not an anomaly. They were the norm. Elite individuals were buried with skulls, so elongated, they looked as if they belonged to a different species. But these weren't aliens. These were Polynesians, humans, manipulated from infancy into carrying their culture's deepest mysteries on their heads. And to this day, no one fully understands why. Let's set the scene. The Marquesas are isolated. That's the first clue to everything strange. Located in French Polynesia, more than 800 miles northeast of Tahiti, the archipelago rises steep and green out of the Pacific, like the broken teeth of a sleeping god. Volcanic cliffs, lush valleys, and a past thick with war, ritual, and secrecy. When Europeans arrived in the late 18th century, they encountered something both majestic and disturbing. The people were heavily tattooed, fantastically adorned, and socially stratified. Chiefs ruled over districts. Priests kept the sacred knowledge. Warriors stalked the ridges. And the dead? The dead were buried in carefully constructed tombs, sometimes with skulls that defied anatomy. These weren't the results of disease. This was intentional cranial deformation, a practice as old as civilization itself. But here, taken to a unique extreme. The method? Cradleboarding. Strapping an infant's soft skull between two pieces of wood or compressing it with binding cloth. Over months, even years, the skull adapts. The bones grow into their constraints. By the time the child is old enough to walk, their head is already marked forever, a lifelong symbol etched in bone. It wasn't unique to the Marquesas. Other cultures did it, Huns, Maya, Mangbetu. But what makes the Marquesan case strange isn't just the shape, it's the why and the how far they went. Because here, the deformation wasn't subtle, it was dramatic, it bordered on grotesque, and we still don't know the full meaning. Let's talk theories. Theory 1. Status symbol. This one's the favorite among anthropologists. A deformed skull signaled elite status. Chiefs. Nobility. Religious functionaries. You could spot power not by clothing, but by cranial profile. You wore your caste on your skull. But this opens a question. Why would power be associated with such a radical transformation? Why not jewelry? Tattoos? Speech? Why deform the skull, a dangerous, irreversible process that can affect brain development if done poorly? Because in Marquesan society, permanence mattered. You couldn't fake it, you couldn't steal it. A necklace can be taken. A head shape? That's a birthright. It's controlled by your parents. Your lineage. Your blood. That makes it more than a fashion statement. It makes it a passport to sacred power. Theory 2. Beauty ideal. There's some precedent for this. In many cultures, what seems extreme to us was once considered divine. The long-headed Maya thought cranial elongation made them resemble maize gods. In the Marquesas, where appearance and identity were fused, A long skull may have been seen as aesthetically superior, as refined, as spiritual. Some early European accounts, tainted though they are by colonial bias, describe Marquesan elites as physically imposing, with elongated heads framed by thick hair, tattooed from head to toe in abstract, geometrical designs. They wanted to stand out, to radiate difference. But again, that raises a question: how did this aesthetic develop? Why this particular shape? Why not wide skulls or flattened ones, or something else? And why, if this was about beauty, did it seem restricted to the upper echelons of society? This wasn't democratic body modding, it was hierarchical, and that's where things get darker. Theory 3. Spiritual power. Here we get into the thick fog of Polynesian cosmology. The Marquesans believed in mana spiritual force, or power, that infused certain people, places, and objects. Chiefs had mana. Warriors could gain mana through bravery or conquest. Priests channeled mana from the gods. What if elongated skulls were seen as vessels for mana? What if reshaping the head was believed to reshape the soul? There are hints of this in oral tradition. In certain chants and myths, the head is treated as a seat of identity, a holy container. Decapitation was a feared and sacred act not just because it killed, but because it released something. To take someone's head was to take their essence. In that context, reshaping a child's skull wasn't just cosmetic, it was the shaping of destiny. And that would explain the secrecy, the ritual, the control. Because if skull shaping was spiritual engineering, then only the elite, only those born into the right lineages, would be permitted to undergo the transformation. To shape your head was to enter into a pact with the divine. Now let's address the wild cards. Theory 4. Cultural memory of a lost people. Some fringe theorists have proposed that the Marquesans and other Polynesian societies who practiced cranial deformation were mimicking an ancient prototype, a memory of a people who once had naturally elongated skulls. A vanished race, a lost civilization, Atlanteans maybe, Lemurians, the kind of theories that set off ancient alien alarms. But strip away the tinfoil hat, and the idea that cultures copy what they see isn't absurd. Perhaps the Marquesans preserve the memory of an early encounter migration, an interbreeding, a lineage that left behind the impression that long-headedness was associated with wisdom, power, or divinity. And so they imitated it, perfected it, ritualized it, until it became not memory, but mandate. Theory 5. Neurocognitive signaling. This one's more speculative, but it deserves mention. Some anthropologists have wondered whether cranial deformation might have subtle psychological or behavioral effects. Not because it changes intelligence, there's no strong evidence that it does, but because it changes perception, how others see you, how you see yourself. Growing up with an elongated skull might reinforce a sense of uniqueness, superiority, sacred difference. It might influence posture, speech, self-concept. It might hardwire the social divisions deeper. You look different. You are different. You must act different. Cultural feedback loop. Initiated. Then there's the death factor. Because the Marquesans didn't just modify skulls in life, they venerated them in death. Excavated burial sites show evidence of skull, curation cleaning, painting, even storage in sacred locations. Some were removed from the bodies entirely and kept separately. A few appear to have been displayed. Imagine walking into a sacred house and seeing the skull of an ancestor, elongated like a helmet, staring down at you from an altar. Not as a relic, but as a reminder. This is who we are. This is where power comes from. This is what you were shaped to become. And what of the ones who didn't get the treatment? Because that's the unspoken tragedy of all this. Cranial deformation was a gate. You were either inside or outside. If you were born into the wrong family, you got a normal head, a normal life. No access to the sacred, no passage to the elite. And maybe that's why it was so extreme. Maybe the deformation had to be obvious, not subtle, not negotiable, so that in every interaction, at every gathering, it was clear who belonged to the inner circle and who didn't. You could tattoo a face, you could wear jewelry, but a skull? That was permanent. And permanence was power. Of course, today, the practice is gone. Missionaries arrived. Colonial authorities outlawed the deformation as barbaric. Over generations, the custom faded. The tools were lost. The bindings vanished. The knowledge became taboo. And now, all we have are the skulls. Skulls pulled from ancient tombs, stored in museums, tagged with cold numbers and warmer mysteries. Skulls that still whisper of mothers who press their babies' heads gently but firmly, day after day, believing not hoping, but knowing that they were shaping greatness. Not just beauty, not just status, but identity. Because in the Marquesas, the skull wasn't just bone. It was belief, hardened into form. And now, as we leave the high, shadowed cliffs of Polynesia behind, we head inland into the oldest cities ever built, where belief took the shape of clay, and where temples were not built in lines or squares, but ovals. A shape without corners, a shape without end. Let's talk about Sumerian temple ovals. The Sumerian temple ovals' purpose. We love our straight lines. Walls at right angles. Doors with hinges. Cities built on grids. From the first brick laid in Uruk to the latest skyscraper piercing the clouds in Manhattan, humanity has had a love affair with the square. It's predictable, measurable, obedient. It makes engineers happy and planners sleep at night. So imagine the confusion when archaeologists began unearthing temples from the very dawn of civilization, not rectangular, not cross-shaped, not even circular but oval. Massive, deliberate, and unnervingly alien. The Sumerian temple ovals. They once rose in the dusty cradle of Mesopotamia. Places like Kafaja, Tel Al, Ubaid, and Tel Asmar, each site revealing the faint outlines of an architectural mystery. Huge enclosed spaces shaped not like buildings but like seeds, or eyes, or cosmic eggs. Sometimes 150 meters across, these enclosures were surrounded by mud brick walls, several meters thick. Inside, smaller structures, platforms, altars, stairways, and ritual zones. Often there were no roofs, just open sky. A deliberate decision, maybe, or a functional one. The deeper archaeologists dig, the more they agree on two things. These ovals were temples. No one has any idea what they were for. Let's take a walk through one of them. Picture it. You're in ancient Eshnunna, a bustling city in what is now Iraq, around 2800 BCE. The streets are narrow and loud with life vendors hawking dates, kids chasing goats, priests whispering spells. But you turn a corner, and suddenly, everything goes silent. Before you is a massive oval wall. It rises not like a fortress, but like a womb protective, yet open. There's a single entrance. You pass through. Inside, not a grand hall, but a void. An open courtyard, ringed by mud brick. In the center stands a platform, maybe 3 meters high. On top, a smaller shrine. There's no throne, no statue. Just the sense of something once being here. You look around. You feel watched. That's the experience archaeologists think these ovals were designed to create a spatial theology. You don't just enter a place, you enter a mindset. The oval removes corners, removes hierarchy. It puts you in the middle of something other. But what? Let's go through the theories. Theory 1. Agricultural ritual spaces. This is the obvious one. The ovals are womb-like. Seeds are oval. The temples were sacred gardens. places where priests or priestesses performed fertility rites asking the gods for rain, for grain, for growth. Supporting this theory, many of the temples were found with remains of grain storage, clay tokens, possibly representing goods, and plant-based offerings. In a land where agriculture was life and famine was death, it would make sense to build your temples in the shape of the thing you want most, a full seed. But this explanation, while poetic, doesn't account for the sheer scale of the ovals, or the presence of strange architectural features, false doors, directional alignments, and multiple altars in non-central locations. And if it were all about farming, why not build in the rectangle, which is easier to plan and maintain? Unless, of course, the point wasn't efficiency, it was symbolism. Theory 2. Cosmic map. Some scholars argue the ovals are metaphysical diagrams. The universe, according to many Mesopotamian myths, was shaped like a dome or an eye, a firmament above, the watery deep below. The gods lived in layers, some visible, some hidden. What if the oval temples were mirrors of that cosmology? Standing inside, you were in the eye of the world. The gods looked down, the dead looked up. Rituals weren't just performed, they were enacted on a stage that mimicked the cosmos. There are hints. Certain altars face celestial alignments. Drainage holes seem designed to carry offerings downward, into the underworld. In some sites, statues of worshippers' eyes wide open, hands clasped were placed in lines along the temple wall, facing the center. Not worshipping a specific idol, but the space itself. And that's where it gets weird. Theory 3. The temple as machine. Consider this. The temples were not buildings in the modern sense. They were devices, machines for prayer, for invoking, for binding. The oval wasn't a shape. It was a circuit, an enclosure for energy. This is where architectural function slides into psychospatial manipulation. You enter an oval. There are no corners to hide in, no directions to face. You're in a loop, a continuum. You walk around the inside, your footsteps tracing a path that has no end, only return. Meanwhile, the central platform rises like a novella place of origin or termination. Now imagine dozens of robed figures walking in procession, chanting, each echo bouncing against the curve. The sound builds. There are no flat surfaces to absorb it. The temple vibrates. You feel it in your bones. This was not just a place to ask the gods for help. It was a place to compel them. But why the secrecy? Why did this architectural style vanish? That's part of the riddle. The oval temples are early. They don't appear after the mid-3rd millennium BCE. Later, Sumerian temples returned to the rectangular style ziggurats, stepped pyramids, and axial corridors. Why? One theory. The ovals were too powerful, too linked to an older form of worship. As priestly hierarchies became more structured and urban kings sought control over the divine, the fluid oval gave way to the straight-line temple place where gods could be boxed in, controlled, turned into bureaucratic instruments. In other words, the oval was for gods. The rectangle was for priests. Then there's the ritual component. In one oval, archaeologists found a pit lined with blackened stones-burnt offerings, possibly. In another, a sealed jar containing tiny clay figurines, humans, animals, tools. Were these prayers? Substitutes? Magical stand-ins? One theory suggests these were tokens of punishment or purification, trapping sin in effigy and burying it within the temple. And always the walls. Thick, enclosing. Not to protect from invaders, but to protect the outside from whatever was happening inside. Some ovals had no roof. Others may have had canopies, but there's no consensus. What's striking is how much of the action seemed centered on the open air, worship under the stars. Rites performed under the watchful gaze of the night sky, as if the gods didn't live in statues. They lived in the gap. The most unsettling theory, they were places of transformation. Not just spiritually, physically. What if the ovals were arenas of altered consciousness? Think, chanting, fasting, fire, intoxicants. You enter a temple in one state, you emerge another. One early text speaks cryptically of the place where the mask eats the man. Is that metaphor? Or is it memory? Because in cultures where ritual was reality and transformation meant survival, you didn't go to temple to pray. You went to change. And in that sense, the oval makes perfect sense. It's the shape of birth, of renewal, of looping time. It's not a room. It's a chrysalis. So why don't we build like this anymore? Simple, because we forgot what it was for. Once the ovals vanished, they weren't replicated. Later, civilizations treated them as curiosities. Their secrets remained in the soil. And modern archaeology, for all its methods and models, still doesn't know what to do with them. They don't fit. They're too large to be private, too open to be secure, too shapeless to be ceremonial, and yet, they're all those things. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe the ovals aren't meant to be interpreted, not by parts, not by measurements, but as a whole, a total experience, a ritual of space, not just in 3 dimensions but 4. Time, light, presence, return. And that's where we leave the ovals, half buried, half understood, echoes of a worship that didn't demand temples to contain the divine but to release it. And now, from the curves of Sumer, we step into another forgotten sophistication, a culture not known for what it built but what it buried. Urban planning so precise it mirrored life, yet was meant only for the dead. Let's descend into the lost knowledge of Etruscan necropolis planning. The lost knowledge of Etruscan necropolis planning. It starts with silence. You're walking through a dead city literally, a city for the dead. No noise but the wind brushing over carved stone, whispering through cypress trees, rustling across tombs that mimic houses. And for a brief, surreal moment, you forget that no one lives here, because everything around you looks built to be lived in. Doors, streets, alleys, courtyards, even city blocks. Only these aren't homes. They're tombs. Welcome to the necropolises of the Etruscans. These ancient people who flourished in central Italy before the Romans swallowed them whole didn't just bury their dead, they urbanized them. They laid them to rest in cities with planning that rivaled their own living settlements. Necropolises like Cerveteri, Tarquinia, and Vecellionia weren't haphazard graveyards. They were municipalities of memory, villages of eternity. And the further archaeologists dig, the more baffling the sophistication becomes. Because the Etruscans didn't just organize tombs by family or social rank, they arranged them with urban logic. Roads ran in straight lines. Intersections had predictable geometry. Buildings, tombs, had standardized dimensions, sometimes even plumbing. The living Etruscan city had its double the city of the dead. And the strangest thing? We no longer know why. Let's walk the streets of Banditacha, the sprawling necropolis outside Cerveteri. To your left and right are 2 mealy round tombs, domed like ancient hobbit houses, carved into tufa rock. They line the street like villas, each with its own path, courtyard, and even carved out thresholds. These aren't just tombs, they're houses for the dead, some with multiple rooms, beds, furniture carved in stone, even decorations etched into the walls. You walk further and reach the Via dei Monti Tiriti, a paved avenue more than 20 feet wide, stretching in a straight line across the necropolis, flanked by rows of cube-shaped tombs, like apartment blocks. These cube tombs mimic the grid-based structure of Roman cities, but they predate them. Here's the kicker. Everything is planned. Not improvised. Not added over centuries with creeping disorder. The alignment, the orientation, the distributional of it suggests a grand design. A blueprint not made casually or for display, but for spiritual utility. In other words, this wasn't just a burial site. It was an engineered afterlife. So what was the purpose? Theory 1. Necropolis as mirror. This is the prevailing theory that the necropolis mirrored the living city. It was designed as a reflection, a shadow city, where the dead continued their existence in parallel to the living. Etruscan religion was deeply cyclical. Life and death weren't binaries. They were phases in an eternal loop. And just as the living needed houses, roads, and neighbors, so did the dead. This explains the architecture, the organization, the obsessive replication of domestic interiors. It's not for the benefit of the living visitors. It's for the dead themselves. An address in the afterlife. You didn't die and vanish. You moved into a home, a block, a district. Death in Etruscan culture was relocation. Theory 2. Ritual topography. But this wasn't just urban mimicry. There's increasing evidence that the layout of necropolises had ritual logic, specific alignments with cardinal directions, tombs clustered by family and occupation, street patterns that converge on ceremonial spaces, plazas, altars, stone circles. What if the necropolis wasn't a mirror of the living city, but of the cosmic order? In this theory, the layout of tombs isn't just municipal, it's astronomical. Tombs face the sunrise, rows align with solstice markers. Central corridors become processional routes for the living to interact with the dead during festivals like the Feralia or the Lemuria. The dead weren't just honored, they were engaged, consulted, integrated into the city's political and religious life. In other words, the necropolis wasn't a memorial, it was a temple. Theory 3. Social architecture. This is where things get eerily modern. Some researchers believe the layout of Etruscan necropolises reveals as much about social order as it does about religion. Think about it. Street grids imply regulation, property boundaries imply law. Repetition of architectural forms implies standardization. These are governmental tools. Now ask, who decided where a tomb could be built? Who enforced the spacing between plots? Who maintained the roads between the houses of the dead? Was there a department of necropolitan zoning? Did Etruscans treat the necropolis as real estate? Was your burial location a sign of your social capital? Were the rich buried on prime spiritual corners while the poor were pushed to the outskirts? If that's the case, then death didn't just echo life. It preserved its inequalities. You didn't stop being a class member in death. You became a monument to your class. But here's the mystery that haunts archaeologists most. How did they plan this? There are no surviving Etruscan blueprints, no city council records, no necropolis design manuals. Yet the planning is clear. Straight roads, coordinated tomb dimensions, repeated architectural motifs, public spaces carved in stone, flanked by columns with symmetrical layout. Some necropolises cover hundreds of acres. They span centuries of use but still retain coherence, a visual grammar that holds together even across generations. This isn't organic growth, it's orchestration. Which begs the question, who was in charge? Etruscan society wasn't centralized like Rome. Power was distributed across city-states Tarquinia, Veii, Volci. Each had its own rulers, its own deities, its own customs. But the necropolis planning appears, standardized. Were there regional guidelines? Sacred geometries passed down by priesthoods? Could the dead, somehow, enforce architectural consistency? Maybe planning the necropolis wasn't just policy, it was prophecy. And then there's the tomb interiors. Some are modest single chambers with niches for urns, but others, they're sprawling complexes, multiple rooms, painted ceilings, frescoes of banquets, music, wrestling matches. The dead weren't expected to lie still. They were expected to live eternally. And here's something wild. In some cases, the architecture evolved to include fake doors. These weren't meant to be used, obviously. They weren't secret passageways. They were thresholds, symbolic portals through which spirits could pass during festivals or rituals. You see the same motif in Egyptian tombs, the false door, as an interface between worlds. But here, in Etruria, it's integrated into an urban context. You could stand in the necropolis and literally knock on death's door. Now picture the festivals. Twice a year, the Etruscans held rites for the dead processions, offerings, meals shared on tomb rooftops. Living families walked the streets of the necropolis like citizens returning to their ancestral hometown. The roads mattered. The layout mattered. You had to find your dead. This is why planning was essential. It wasn't just spiritual. It was logistical. In a city of the dead, you needed directions. You needed structure. You needed to know where your ancestors lived, and by extension, where you would go. And then, the erasure. The Romans came. They conquered. They admired the Etruscans, even copied them, but they didn't keep the necropolis tradition. Roman burials were more pragmatic, individual, monumentalized in mausoleums or catacombs, but rarely planned as urban landscapes. The Etruscan model of death as a collective, civic continuation vanished, and with it, the knowledge of how to plan a city for the dead. The tools, the measurements, the theories all gone. Etruscan language, not fully deciphered. Their architectural manuals, lost to time. All we have now are the stones and the silence. And perhaps that's fitting, because the Etruscans believed that silence was sacred. The afterlife was not just a place, it was a state, a frequency, a city that spoke not in words, but in presence. And as you walk the streets of the necropolis, surrounded by tombs that mimic homes, houses that mimic hearts, you feel it. The weight of order, the architecture of remembrance, the belief that life was not a line, but a circle, a loop paved in stone. And now, from cities of the dead, we turn to carvings of the unknown ivory handles etched with scenes of battle and mystery, so precise they defy explanation. Let's unsheath the enigma of the Gebelein knife, the ancient Egyptian Gebelein knife depictions. It was never meant to be used, not really. Yes, it's a knife sharp enough, technically, to cut. An artifact with a flint blade so perfectly carved it makes modern attempts look like kindergarten crafts. But this wasn't for butchering meat or shaving hair. This was something else. Something ceremonial, symbolic, maybe even cosmic. We're talking about the Gebelein knife. Discovered in the late 19th century, allegedly purchased at a market in Cairo, as casually as if it were a souvenir, it has since become one of the most enigmatic and debated objects in all of Egyptology. Not because of the blade, that's impressive, Sharia ripple-flaked masterpiece of flintcraft, but the real mystery lies in the handle. It's ivory, smooth, creamy, and impossibly well preserved, given its age believed to date from around 3,300 BCE. Predynastic, older than the pyramids, older than the concept of pharaoh, older than most written language. And carved into that handle is madness. Tiny, precise reliefs that show not just scenes of war and animals, but something deeper, something that has set off over a century of arguments, rewrites, and increasingly strange theories. Let's start with the surface, then peel back the layers. The knife is about 25 centimeters long. The blade is attached to the ivory handle with an adhesive that no one has fully identified. Some ancient organic glue that has survived more than 5 millennia. Add that to the list of things the ancients knew that we don't. Now turn to the handle. The first thing that hits you is the sheer density of imagery. There's no empty space. Every surface is filled with figure human, animal, mythological, symbolic. It's like someone tried to condense an entire belief system onto an object the size of a remote control. On one side, chaos. A violent scene, warriors, or perhaps hunters, in chaotic motion, bodies twisted, arms raised. One figure appears to be grappling a lion bare-handed. Another stands over a prostrate enemy, about to strike. There are boats-long, curved vessels that resemble the Nile barges of later Egypt, but also evoke Mesopotamian prototypes. They're packed with warriors, each with distinct headgear, spears, clubs, axes. And behind it all, structure. This isn't random violence. It's a narrative, a tableau, a story told in motionless stone. Now flip the handle. The other side is calmer but more cryptic. At the center, a figure, human in form but exaggerated, dressed in a long robe, arms outstretched, gripping two lions by their throats, not killing them, controlling them, holding them back. Symmetrical, regal, godlike. This is the part that has launched 1,000 theories. Theory 1. The God-King motif. The central Figuralian tamer, world holder has been interpreted as a proto-pharaoh, not a literal king, but a symbolic one, a master of chaos, the one who imposes order on the wild. In Egyptian mythology, the king wasn't just a ruler. He was Ma'at, incarnate force of cosmic balance, opposing Isfet, the chaos embodied in wild animals, rebellion, and disorder. Seen in this light, the central figure is a prototype, a predecessor to Horus, to Osiris, to the ideal of divine kingship. He stands not in a battlefield, but at the axis of the cosmos. One hand on each lion, keeping entropy from tearing reality apart. It's beautiful, it's poetic, it makes a lot of sense. Except for one problem. He's wearing a Mesopotamian robe. Which brings us to Theory 2. Foreign influence. Many scholars have pointed out that the style of dress, the long garment, and even the posture of the central figure are more characteristic of Mesopotamian iconography than Egyptian. In fact, the motif of a man flanked by lions is found all over early Sumerian and Akkadian art, especially in the context of master of animals themes. It's a trope that predates writing, a cultural signal. So what is it doing in Egypt? This opens a can of academic worms. Was there contact between Mesopotamia and Egypt in the 4th millennium BCE? Were trade routes already active? Was the flow of ideas artistic, religious, even political already globalizing? Or did Egypt independently invent the same iconography? The coincidence seems too precise. The boats, the lions, the war scenes, the symmetry. Maybe the Gebel el-Arak knife is evidence of an early cultural exchange, a Mesopotamian craftsman working in Egypt, an Egyptian priest educated abroad, a merchant prince commissioning a sacred object that blended worlds. Or maybe the knife came from a culture we no longer remember. Theory 3. Lost synthesis. This is where things get speculative. Some researchers believe the knife doesn't fit cleanly into Egyptian or Mesopotamian contexts. It has elements of both but belongs fully to neither. The scriptless era it hails from was more complex than we assume. What if there was a civilization that served as a bridge? A now lost people, located somewhere along the Red Sea, or in the Levant, or deep in ancient Nubia. A culture fluent in multiple visual languages, moving between trade zones, fusing symbols from every direction. The Gebel el-Arak knife could be one of the last surviving artifacts of that hybrid world. A Rosetta Stone with no translation, just images. Let's dive deeper into the scenes. Look closely at the boats. There are differences. Some have sails, some don't. Some are high-prowed, others flat-bottomed. The crew positions suggest naval tactics, not just ceremonial cruising. And that implies warfare on water. Which raises an uncomfortable thought. Did naval combat exist in pre-dynastic Egypt? We've always thought of the Nile as a highway, a transportation route. But what if it was also a battlefield? The Gebel el Arak knife seems to suggest so. The boat scenes depict tension spears raised, men falling. It isn't celebration, it's conflict. And that turns the knife from a religious object into a war trophy. Maybe it was commissioned after a major river battle, a symbolic retelling of a decisive victory, a way to immortalize a conquest in ivory and flint. But again, the iconography suggests more than that. It's not just a historical record, it's myth. Then there's the lions. In Egyptian mythology, lions are symbols of ferocity, chaos, the desert. In later periods, lioness goddesses like Sekhmet and Tefnut take on terrifying dimensions, both protectors and destroyers. So what does it mean to hold two lions? Not kill, not drive away, but grasp, control, dominate. It suggests duality, balance, left and right, north and south, order and chaos. Maybe the knife doesn't just depict a king. Maybe it depicts the ideal of kingship. The man who can face chaos, not by destroying it, but by mastering it. That's a different kind of power. Not tyrannical, not destructive, but orchestrated. Like music held in a chord, tension balanced perfectly. The lion scene isn't just about power, it's about control. And then, of course, we come to the final question. Why put all this on a knife? Why carve a cosmology, a theology, a war, a peace, a philosophical treatise onto a blade? Because that's the point. The knife is a ritual object, a portable myth, a talisman that cuts not flesh, but reality. To hold it is to hold a story, a belief system, a social order. It was never meant to be used in battle. It was meant to be seen, displayed, handled during ceremonies, raised to the sky, dipped in blood, maybe animal, maybe symbolic, an axis mundi wrapped in ivory. And when you look at it, really look, what you see is not just a relic. You see a civilization trying to speak, in the only language they had, images, stories in stone. And like all the best stories, it ends with a question. Who made it? We don't know the artist's name. We don't know the commissioner. We don't know the culture that made these symbols standard. All we have is the knife. Ivory, flint, silence. And as we sheath this mystery, we set sail into another, a mystery not of form, but of cargo. Bronze Age ships slicing across the Mediterranean, carrying goods so perishable they left no trace. Accepting questions. Let's dive into the unknowns of Bronze Age sea routes. Still with us? Then you're officially deep in the rabbit hole, and we've barely cracked the surface. Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what's next. And hey, tell us in the comments, where are you tuning in from? And what time is it right now? Because nothing brings the ancient world back to life like a global crowd watching in real time. The Bronze Age sea routes of the Mediterranean, specific cargoes. It's easy to forget how wet ancient history really was. We imagine pyramids rising in desert air, ziggurats baking under sun-blasted skies, and empires marching across dry, dusty land. But for 1,000 years, from roughly 3,000 to 1,200 BC, the beating heart of civilization wasn't on land. It was afloat. Across the choppy, sun-drenched Mediterranean, Bronze Age ships stitched together the destinies of dozens of cultures. From the Mycenaeans in Greece to the Hittites in Anatolia, from the Minoans of Crete to the pharaohs of Egypt, the sea was not a barrier. It was a highway. But what exactly were they shipping? That question might sound simple. It isn't. Because while we've recovered shipwrecks and studied trade routes, the specific cargo, especially the perishable ones, are mostly gone. And the absence of evidence has made the Mediterranean one of the most mysterious supply chains in human history. We know some things: copper, tin, luxury goods like ivory, gold, lapis, lazuli, pottery, oil, wine, weapons, ceramics, tablets, glass. But what about the things that didn't survive? What about the goods that left no trace? Let's start with what we have. The Uluburun shipwreck, found off the coast of modern Turkey and dated to the 14th century BCE, is the Rosetta Stone of Bronze Age maritime archaeology. When it was discovered in the 1980s, divers found a miracle beneath the wave sand, entire cargo still largely intact. There was copper, over 10 tons of it, in the form of ingots shaped like ox hides. There was tin, rare and vital for making bronze. There were luxury goods from at least 7 different cultures: Canaanite glass, Egyptian scarabs, Mycenaean ceramics, Baltic amber. But that's only the start of the story. Because the real mystery lies in the organic traces. Remnants of food, perfumes, and resins, trapped in sealed jars or soaked into timbers. Things that weren't supposed to last 3,000 years. Grapes, olives, pomegranates, coriander, almonds. Hints of a Mediterranean pantry lost to time. And yet, for all its riches, the Uluburun wreck is one ship. A snapshot. It tells us that trade was happening, but not the full picture of what was being traded regularly. It's like finding a single truck from the Silk Road and trying to reconstruct the entire logistics network of Asia. We know there were hundreds, maybe thousands off these ships. So what else were they carrying? Theory 1. Perfumes and aromatics. Let's talk about the smells of antiquity. In an age without synthetic chemicals or refrigeration, the value of aromatics was astronomical. Frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, balsam, cedar, resinol. Of these were precious, sacred, even strategic, used in burial rites, temple rituals, medicine, and luxury cosmetics. But here's the problem. Perfumes are volatile. They evaporate. They soak into the wood of amphorae, leaving behind a faint residue at best. And yet, we find tantalizing evidence. Residue analysis on some amphorae from Bronze Age sites suggests traces of complex compounds, suggesting that perfume wasn't just traded in raw form, but blended and bottled. The Mycenaeans even had dedicated perfume workshops, some using exotic ingredients imported from the East. That means Bronze Age ships might have been floating laboratories, part cargo, part chemistry set. And if you think that's a stretch, consider this. Some aromatics were more valuable than gold. A single amphora of nard or myrrh could represent the wealth of a noble house. Entire expeditions were mounted for it. Wars were fought, treaties signed. And yet, archaeologically, it's invisible. The most valuable cargoes may have vanished without a trace. Theory 2. Textiles. Imagine a ship stacked with fabrics. Linen from Egypt, wool from Anatolia, dyed cloth from the Levant, steeped in purple made from thousands of crushed murex snails. Textiles were vital to status, ritual, and economy. But they rot, they decay, they vanish unless the conditions are freakishly perfect. We know from written records that textiles were among the most frequently exchanged items in the ancient Near East. They were used not only as garments, but as currency, tribute, and political gifts. The Amarna lettersclay tablets from Egypt's diplomatic archive mention textile shipments regularly. Bolts of cloth, ceremonial robes, tunics for royalty. So where are they? Gone. We find the spindle whorls, the loom weights, the dye vats, but not the fabric. And that's the maddening truth. The thing most traded in the Bronze Age Mediterranean might be something we'll never see. Ships full of color, now just silence. Theory 3. Seeds and spices. There's growing evidence scattered, frustrating, but persistent, that ancient sea routes weren't just used to move finished goods. They moved life. Seeds, bulbs, cuttings, spices, coriander, saffron, cumin, aniseal, of which require specific growing conditions. Some of them clearly didn't originate where they're found archaeologically. That means they were introduced, carried by hand, or by ship. Think about it. A small crate of saffron bulbs could transform an island economy. A handful of grape seeds might start a vineyard. These weren't bulk shipments. They were strategic, curated, and often secret. And because seeds are organic and small, they disappear in the record. You need perfect preservation to detect them, usually inside a sealed container or fossilized in a midden. Even then, you're often guessing. But the evidence is mounting. Botanical studies of ancient sites show plant introductions that don't match local flora, which means someone brought them. And that someone probably came by sea. Theory 4. Live animals. Not herds, not cattle, but specimens. High-value creatures moved across the Mediterranean. Monkeys, birds, dogs, cats, in rare cases even lions or leopards. We see this in Egyptian tomb paintings exotic animals arriving by boat, gifts to the pharaoh. We see it in faunal remains bones of non-native species turning up in domestic contexts far from their home range. Imagine a small ship with a few cages. A monkey from the Levant, a parrot from North Africa, a dog bred for speed, a sacred ibis. These weren't common cargo. They were royal, ritual, rare. They left behind almost nothing. A single tooth, a claw, a feather, and yet they were part of the Bronze Age maritime world, alive, fragile, carried across oceans for gods and kings. Theory 5. Information. Not every cargo was physical. Bronze Age ships carried news, stories, maps, songs, instructions, trade secrets, recipes. We tend to think of history as what got written down, but most of what mattered in the Bronze Age was oral, knowledge passed from navigator to apprentice, from healer to student, from priest to emissary. The sea was a neural network, ships as synapses, ports as neurons. One man stepping off a boat could change a kingdom, because he brought not just goods but ways of doing things. How to treat a wound, how to bake bread, how to summon rain, how to build a wall that wouldn't fall. None of it survives in shipwrecks. But it all floated once. And here's the real kicker. The most important cargo might not have been what was carried, but how it was carried. Because to move goods across the Mediterranean in the Bronze Age was no small feat. You needed knowledge of wind patterns, coastal currents, seasonal tides. You needed to read the stars, chart landmarks, understand the temperaments of dozens of gods and dozens of harbor masters. You needed trust, networks, memory. You needed to belong to a system that spanned continents but left no GPS, no ledgers, no customs records. And you needed a ship. Wooden, crewed by 30, unstable as hell, but capable of crossing between worlds. So what don't we know? Plenty. We don't know the names of the ships, the names of the captains, the language of the orders shouted across decks. We don't know how many ships vanished lost to storms, pirates, or political sabotage. We don't know the full list of what was traded, or how it changed the course of history. But we do know this. Civilization moved by sea, and in every amphora, every flake of resin, every whisper of DNA inside a charred seed, there's a story. A cargo we're still trying to unpack. And now, as we drift into the next mystery, we'll leave the waves behind and step into stone. A wall covered in crude messages, scribbled insults, love notes, dirty jokes. Let's enter the graffiti-covered world of Pompeii and the Roman mines it preserved. The Roman, graffiti, in Pompeii, everyday life insights. Pompeii is a paradox of immortality. A city destroyed in an instant, and yet more alive than almost any ancient place we know. Vesuvius erupted in 79 CE, sealing the city under tons of ash and pumice, snapping a moment of Roman life into eternal stasis. Statues froze mid-collapse, loaves of bread carbonized in ovens. People died where they stood. But even stranger words survived. Scrawled across the walls of shops, houses, bathhouses, and brothels, Pompeii's graffiti is the city's true ghost. Not the grand temples, not the marble forums, not the reconstructed columns. It's the scratched, painted, whispered, shouted messages left by everyday Romans that have become the most intimate record of their world. There are thousands of them over, 11,000 preserved inscriptions. Some are just names, others are announcements. Some are crude, some are tender, some make no sense at all. But together, they form a chorus, a living, breathing, sometimes cursing testament to Roman life. Let's start with the walls. The Romans weren't shy about writing on public surfaces. They didn't see walls the way we do as property, as untouchable. For them, a wall was a bulletin board, a diary, a soapbox. If there was space, someone would write. And it wasn't all just scribbled nonsense. There were layers. Some graffiti was official election notices painted in bold red letters by professional sign painters known as scriptoribus. Others were poetictony verses scratched into plaster by anonymous hands. Some were practical, Secundus loves Julia. Others were esoteric. I wonder, O wall, that you have not collapsed under the weight of so many idiotic scribblings. The irony is, that quote meant, Azajabi is now one of the most famous lines in the entire collection. But what does it all mean? To understand that, we need to shift our expectations. Pompeian graffiti isn't history written from above. It's not what the senators recorded, or what the emperors decreed. It's subterranean history, the unfiltered stream of consciousness of a Roman population that had no idea anyone would ever read their messages 2,000 years later. And that's what makes it so dangerous. So raw. So alive. Theory 1. Pompeii as the ancient internet. There's something eerily familiar about these walls. You see election posters, product endorsements, love declarations, death threats, sexual bragging, requests for services some paid, some not, drunken ramblings, inside jokes, philosophical hot takes. Does it remind you of anything? Pompeii wasn't just a city. It was an ancient comment section. Consider these actual inscriptions. Successus was here. May he who reads this never defecate again. Gee, I hope your hemorrhoids rub together so much that they hurt worse than when they ever have before. Lucilla made money from her body. Epaphra is not good at ball games. It's not Cicero, it's not Virgil, but it's something just as valuable. It's real. The city's walls became an ecosystem of identity people, marking space, leaving claims, recording themselves in the only way they knew how. Even the mistakes matter. Misspellings, clumsy Latin, poor grammar. They tell us about literacy rates, dialects, education levels. You can see who was learning to write and who didn't care about getting it right. Some inscriptions even include corrections, like students practicing graffiti. Let that sink in. Theory 2. Graffiti as social performance. Some scholars argue that graffiti in Pompeii wasn't just spontaneous, it was a kind of ritual, a performance. You didn't write just to record, you wrote to be seen. It's territorial, erotic, aggressive, tender. It's everything humans are. One house near the amphitheater has over 50 different inscriptions, layered over one another. Names, slurs, compliments, schedules for gladiatorial games. Some of it is commercial. Vote for Marcus Cyrenius Vadia, a man of integrity. Others are sexual. Celadus the Thracian makes the girls moan. There's a theory that certain walls were hotspot zones where people knew their messages would get the most attention, near taverns, near brothels, near public baths. The graffiti clusters. It forms maps of social interaction. We don't have the conversations, but we have the echoes. Theory 3. Sexuality without shame. Let's talk about sex, because Pompeian graffiti talks about it constantly. Not just in euphemism, not in metaphor, in graphic, anatomical, unapologetic terms. People named names. Romula had me. Marcia licked me. I screwed the barmaid. Sometimes they wrote poems. Sometimes they drew diagrams. Modern tourists often find it shocking. But to the Romans, sexuality wasn't private. It wasn't sacred. It was public, performative, and power-based. And the graffiti reflects that. There's a house near the Forum Baths with a series of layered inscriptions, all bragging about conquests. But then, someone writes, "You all lie. She had none of you. I had her, and she liked it." It's not just lust, it's debate. Inscriptions fighting each other, competing narratives of sex and conquest, carved in stone. This was ancient trolling, only with more nudity. Theory 4. Graffiti as memory. In one house, the same name appears over and over, Vibius Restitutus. It's unclear who he was, maybe a lover, maybe a client, maybe a victim, but his name is echoed across the walls like a chant. In another house, someone writes, "I was here. I wrote this while drunk. Forgive me." That last one hits different, because it's not a boast, it's a confession, a moment of vulnerability, preserved in ash. Graffiti isn't just assertion. Sometimes it's trace, a way to leave yourself behind. And that, perhaps, is the most human instinct of all, to not be forgotten. Theory 5. Satire and mockery. Romans loved to mock. Their comedy was brutal, their plays filthy, their politics cutthroat, and their graffiti followed suit. You'd find inscriptions trashing local officials. Lucius stole grain meant for the poor. Don't trust Gaiusha. Lies and cheats. Some were jokes, others were real accusations. We even have proto-memes, repeated phrases, ironic slogans, wordplay. One wall reads, "I don't care what you think, I still love her." Underneath, "You're an idiot." The city was alive with voice, with tone, with sarcasm. And it all survives because the ash sealed it. Because the volcano killed them, the walls speak. Let's not forget the artistry. Not all graffiti was crude. Some were poems, miniature odes scratched into soft plaster, love verses, mythological riffs, even philosophical musings. Nothing lasts forever, not even sorrow. That's from a tavern wall. Someone, perhaps heartbroken, drunk, or both, paused for a second and left a message for the future. They had no idea how right they'd be. And now, the most tragic irony. Many of the people who wrote on Pompeii's walls died in the eruption. They never imagined their graffiti would outlive them. They didn't write for posterity. They wrote for the moment. And now we, the future, read their jokes, their fights, their longing. We hear them because they couldn't flee. And so, Pompeii becomes not just a city, it becomes a medium. A human time capsule. The casual, everyday scribbles outlasted the marble. And with that, we turn from words on walls to words in stone carvings older still. Symbols that twist, shift, and resist understanding. Our next mystery isn't about what people wrote. It's about what they saw in the form of one of the strangest motifs in Mesoamerican art. Let's slip into the jungles and stone heads of ancient Mexico. Let's meet the Olmec were-jaguar. The ancient Olmec were-jaguar motif, origin. If ancient Mesoamerican art had a mascot, it wouldn't be a god, a king, or even a serpent. It would be something stranger. Something in between. A creature with the snarling mouth of a jaguar, a human body, almond-shaped eyes, sometimes slanted or weeping, a cleft head sometimes as if cracked by lightning, other times shaped like a ripe fruit. Sometimes it's a baby, sometimes a monster, sometimes both. It's not a literal animal. It's not a person. It's the Olmec were-jaguar, and nobody knows what it means. Welcome to one of the oldest and most persistent enigmas in the history of the Americas. A riddle not written in text, but carved in basalt and jade. The were-jaguar is everywhere in Olmec art, popping up over and over from around 1400 to 400 BCE. And yet, despite being so central to their visual culture appearing on thrones, stelae, figurines, monuments, jewelry knot, a single written explanation survives. Because the Olmecs left us almost no decipherable script. No Rosetta Stone, no translation, just symbols. Symbols like a jaguar-human hybrid, always with that same vaguely tragic expression, part grimace, part yawn, part scream. So, let's do what we can with the fragments. Let's enter the jungle of metaphors, monsters, and forgotten meanings. To start, we need to get one thing straight. The term were-jaguar is modern. No ancient Olmec ever said it. The name was coined by 20th century archaeologists trying to describe a figure that seemed half man, half jaguar. The name stuck, but it might be misleading. Were implies transformation human to beast, beast to human like some Mesoamerican werewolf. That might be part of the meaning. Or it might be completely wrong. What we know is that the jaguar was sacred, fearsome, elusive. It prowled the rainforest like a living god. In the Olmec world, the jaguar was the ultimate predator, fast, silent, deadly, nocturnal, amphibious. It climbed trees, swam rivers, and killed without warning. So, of course, it became divine. But the were-jaguar isn't just a jaguar with human traits or a person wearing a jaguar skin. It's something stranger, something fused. In some depictions, the were-jaguar is a baby limp-limbed, pot-bellied, with claws and fangs. In others, it's a grown man, holding or birthing the same jaguar baby from his own body. Sometimes it has scales, sometimes feathers. Always that cleft head, that wide mouth. It's a shapeshifter, a boundary crosser. And that may be the key. Theory 1. The rain god hypothesis. One popular interpretation sees the were-jaguar as a rain deity. In Olmec mythology, what little we can infer from later Mesoamerican cultures, rain was not a gentle blessing. It was violence, thunder, storms, the sky splitting open to hurl down life-giving chaos. And the were-jaguar, with its cleft skull and angry face, may have represented this force. In this reading, the head crack symbolizes the sky being split, the snarling mouth mimics the crash of thunder, the strange hybrid body? A symbol of contradiction, how something violent, the storm, brings life, the crops. There's support for this theory in the fact that many were-jaguar figures were found buried with offerings in fields and riverbeds, like sacrifices to ensure rain. But there's a problem. Not all were-jaguar images are stormy or violent. Some are tender, nurturing, even maternal. Which leads us to something weirder. Theory 2. Shamanic transformation. This theory sees the were-jaguar not as a god, but as a state, a transformation. A depiction of a human shaman entering the spirit world, becoming the jaguar to travel between realms. Here's the logic. Shamans in many indigenous cultures are believed to transform either literally or metaphorically into animals to perform rituals. The jaguar, being apex, becomes the ultimate form. And so the were-jaguar is not a deity. It's the process of becoming divine. This would explain the mix of traits human and beast, calm and furious, baby and adult. It's not a snapshot of a character. It's a diagram of transcendence. Even the cleft head might not be literalit, could represent an open mind, a vessel for visions, or a symbolic death. A death of ego, of form, of identity. This idea makes the were-jaguar into a spiritual symbol and emblem of the dangerous liminal journey from mortal to more than mortal. Theory 3. Political power and bloodlines. Some researchers think the were-jaguar is less about religion and more about dynasty, a myth of origin. In this view, the jaguar-human hybrid represents the divine ancestry of rulers. Olmec kings claimed descent not just from gods, but from creatures of power beasts and spirits combined. A common motif shows rulers cradling were-jaguar infants. They're not just holding babies, they're holding lineage. The monstrous child is the proof of divine blood, which is, frankly, brilliant propaganda. You're not just king because of birthright. You're king because your father literally slept with a jaguar goddess. Try arguing with that. This theory is reinforced by the fact that many major were-jaguar sculptures were placed in civic centers, not temples. They weren't for worship. They were for legitimacy, for politics, for fear. Theory 4. Cosmic duality. Then there's the possibility that the were-jaguar is not one thing, but a symbol of opposites. Night and day, human and animal, life and death, wet and dry. The cleft head becomes a metaphor for the split in the universe. The body straddles boundaries, land and water, jungle and village, chaos and control. In this reading, the were-jaguar is the embodiment of liminality, the hinge, the threshold. In many Olmec sites, were-jaguar images are placed at entrances, gates, thresholds. Not inside, not outside, between. They were guardians. Or perhaps warnings. Theory 5. The myth will never recover. Here's the darkest theory, that the were-jaguar represents a myth so old, so culturally specific, so deeply embedded in oral tradition, that it has been completely lost. A myth that was never written down. That only existed in performances, chants, masks, dances. And when the Olmec civilization faded sometime around 400 BC Eno, one inherited the story cleanly. Sure, later cultures like the Maya and Aztecs had jaguar deities, jaguar warriors, jaguar cults, but none of them depicted this creature. The cleft-headed, fanged baby, the sad-eyed hybrid, the man cradling a god-child with animal feet. It's unique to the Olmecs, which means the story may have died with them. Which means every time we see a were-jaguar, we're looking at a sentence with no translation. A chapter ripped from a lost book. A god we'll never know. And yet, maybe that's what makes it powerful. Because the were-jaguar doesn't speak in language, it speaks in emotion. It's disturbing, beautiful, sad, powerful. You can feel it, even if you can't explain it. And in that sense, it works just as it was meant to. It stirs the spirit. It reminds us that not all stories are written. Some are carved in stone, without a name. And now, as we step away from the mythic and into the mundane, we enter another lost world this time, through the nose. Because the next mystery isn't about gods or hybrids. It's about a smell, a sauce. A Roman obsession so pungent, so powerful, that its production became an industry and then, like the were-jaguar, vanished. Let's dive into the lost knowledge of garum, Rome's legendary fish sauce. The lost knowledge of Roman fish sauce production, garum. It reeked. Let's get that out of the way first. Garum, the beloved fermented fish sauce of ancient Rome, was not subtle. It was a liquid with the color of amber, and the stench of death. If bottled today, customs agents would assume it had expired 5 centuries ago and call in a hazmat team. And yet to the Romans, it was culinary gold. They poured it on everything: fish, meat, vegetables, fruit, even desserts. They rubbed it into wounds. They took it as medicine. They served it to emperors. Garum wasn't just food. It was status. It was health. It was obsession. And then, somewhere between the fall of the Western Empire and the rise of medieval Europe, the recipe vanished. Today, we can guess at its ingredients. We can reverse engineer the process. We can even taste modern analogs in Southeast Asian fish sauces like nam pla or nukmum. But no one can say with certainty how the Romans made their garum. Because the exact method, the proportions, the timing, the secret tricks passed down from fishmonger to apprentice across the Roman world, gone. And what we've lost isn't just a recipe. It's an industrial operation that spanned the Mediterranean, fueled an empire, and somehow left behind only pottery shards, tax records, and smell warnings burned into legend. Let's open the jar. Start with the basics. Garum was made from fish. Specifically, small oily fish like anchovies, sardines, or mackerel, sometimes even larger ones. The process was brutally simple. Take the fish, add salt, smash the mixture into a container. Let it rot, stir occasionally, wait. Eventually, a clear amber-colored liquid would rise to the top. This was garum. Strain it off, bottle it, ship it to Rome, and make a fortune. Simple, except not. Because we know the Romans had different grades of garum. Some were cheap, used by the poor or slaves. Others were fine, served to the imperial court. And the price differences? Astronomical. The best garum was worth more per ounce than perfume. That means there was technique, variability, skill. This wasn't just fish rot, it was fermentation art. Theory 1. Controlled fermentation. Some scholars believe garum producers practiced precise fermentation, not just letting things rot, but controlling temperature, salt ratios, container types, and fermentation time. The factories known as setaria were usually located on coastlines, close to fish-rich waters. These were no backyard projects. They were full-scale operations with massive tanks carved into stone, capable of holding thousands of liters. Workers in these garum centers were skilled. There was hierarchy. There were supervisors. There was probably a recipe Buna lost. And the process may have involved layering fish, salt, herbs, maybe wine or vinegar, then another layer of fish. We don't know the exact order. Some suggest they stirred the mixture daily. Others say they let it sit for months, untouched, while the Mediterranean sun did its magic. The top layer, the clear liquid, was garum. The middle, murky, less refined liquamen. The sludge at the bottom, alacheap paste fed to slaves or animals. Each layer had value. Each layer had purpose. And managing that separation required expertise. This was chemistry before chemistry. Theory 2. Herbal additives and regional variants. Not all garum was the same. Regional differences suggest a diversity of recipes. In Baetica, modern Spain, garum had a reputation for sharpness. In North Africa, it may have had a smokier, saltier note. Some recipes supposedly included herbs, fennel, oregano, coriander, even mint. Others may have added wine or vinegar for acidity. There's even speculation about secret ingredients. Some theorize dried fruit or honey was added to balance flavor. Others believe seawater was used to add minerality. This wasn't just food. It was luxury food. And like any luxury product, branding mattered. Garum factories stamped their amphorae with names and symbols. Flows, best garum, from Scaurus's workshop. These weren't labels. They were trademarks. Some even had slogans like, best for digestion, endorsed by physicians, Which brings us to the next mystery. Garum as medicine. Yes, medicine. The Romans believed garum had curative powers. Pliny the Elder described it as exquisite for the stomach. Others praised it for everything from indigestion to dog bites. It was an antiseptic, a digestive aid, and a general-purpose health tonic. Was this superstition? Maybe not entirely. Fermented fish sauce contains amino acids, particularly glutamic acid, which enhances umami flavor. It also contains probiotics, depending on the method of fermentation. In small amounts, it could aid digestion, stimulate appetite, and prevent spoilage when added to other foods. Some recipes even included garum as a base for other medicines. Garum with honey, garum with vinegar, garum and goat fat. It was in your meal, your medicine cabinet, and probably on your breath. But what did it taste like? That's the million sesterces question. Modern reconstructions vary. Some say it's like Southeast Asian fish sauce, salty, funky, rich in umami. Others say it was milder, sweeter, more aromatic. Some of the more accurate reconstructions are intentionally unpleasant. You take anchovies, salt them, leave them in the sun for months, then strain off the top liquid. Smells like death, tastes like the ocean. But the best Roman garum, that was different. It had notes. People described it as refined, complex. A few even claimed it was sweet. Which means there was a trick, a secret step. Something that elevated fermented fish guts into something you'd serve to Caesar. And we don't know what that was. Garum economics. The fish sauce industry wasn't just a food trend, it was a pillar of Roman economy. Tens of thousands of amphorae were shipped across the empire up the Rhone, into Gaul, across the Alps, into Britannia. Roman garum has been found in Germany, in Syria, even along the Silk Road. Factories lined the coasts of Hispania, Africa, Proconsularis, and Campania. The industry employed thousands fishermen, salt gatherers, amphora makers, packers, transporters. And it was lucrative. Elite garum producers became fabulously wealthy. They built villas, sponsored games. One Marcus Umbricius Scaurus of Pompeii owned multiple garum factories and stamped his name on everything. His house? Decorated with mosaics of garum jars. His sauce was his identity. Imagine living in a mansion with pictures of soy sauce bottles on the walls. This wasn't just pride. It was legacy. The disappearance. Then came the fall. As Rome collapsed, so did its food networks. Garum production declined. The factories were abandoned. Knowledge faded. The stink of empire dissipated. By the early Middle Ages, garum was gone. In some places, like southern Italy and Spain, local fish sauces lingered, but the standardized, empire-wide garum system was no more. Why? Maybe because the infrastructure collapsed. Maybe because Christianity changed food culture. Garum, with its pagan associations and fermented filth, didn't vibe with purity codes. Or maybe, simply, people forgot. The exact process, the ratios, the art. You need generations of apprenticeship to keep something like garum alive. A single lost link in the chain, and the taste is gone. For 1,000 years, no one made it again. Today, there are attempts to revive it. Experimental archaeologists have tried to recreate Roman garum from surviving texts Apicius, Pliny, Columella. They've built tanks, fermented fish, monitored pH levels. Some results are edible. Some are horrifying. None claim to match the ancient standard. And so the real garum, the good stuff, the imperial grade, the sauce poured over flamingo tongue and stuffed dormices still lost. A ghost flavor. A vanished funk. A recipe locked in time. And now, with our nostrils full of ancient fermentation, we move on to a quieter enigma. Massive piles of shells. Not meals, Not trash, but monuments of mystery. Let's walk among the prehistoric shell mounds of the Americas and try to figure out what the ancestors were trying to say, one oyster at a time. The prehistoric shell mounds of the Americas. They sit in silence, now sun-bleached, weather-worn, overgrown with moss and mangroves, mounds, vast heaps, piles rising from the ground like ancient termite hills, sometimes a few feet high, sometimes towering like unnatural dunes. At first glance, they look like geological quirks, natural rises, random humps of earth. But get closer, dig a little, and you'll see what they're made of. Shells, oyster, clam, mussel, conch, scallop, thousands, millions, cracked, broken, stacked layer upon layer of mollusk remains. Human handiwork from prehistory, laid down with purpose over centuries, even millennia. Welcome to one of the strangest and most overlooked archaeological features of the ancient Americas, the shell mound. They stretch across the coasts and river valleys of both continents, from the shell rings of South Carolina to the ridged embankments of the Amazon, from California to Florida, from the Mississippi Delta to the shores of the Gulf of Mexico. And here's the kicker. We don't know what they are. Waste dumps? Temples? Signals? Burial sites? Feasting platforms? Calendars? The answer is yes, or no, or maybe everything all at once. Because these shell mounds, sometimes called middens, sometimes kitchen dumps, sometimes sacred monuments, don't fit neatly into any category. They're one of prehistory's most persistent enigmas. Let's start shucking. First, the basics. Most shell mounds date back thousands of years, some to the Archaic period, roughly 8,000 to 1,000 BCE, others as recent as 500 CE. They're made almost entirely of marine shells, though bones, charcoal, tools, and pottery often appear in the deeper layers. Some are circular, some are linear, some spiral like the ear of a conch shell. Others resemble entire villages made of shells, with houses perched atop them. We found them in coastal wetlands, riverbanks, inland estuaries. Their locations are as diverse as their shapes. But here's the mystery. They're too big to be trash. Some mounds cover acres, rise 10 meters high, contain millions of shells, arranged not randomly but deliberately, stratified, organized, aligned. This wasn't casual littering. This was construction. Which leads to our first big question. What were they for? Theory 1. Garbage with meaning. The classic explanation for shell mounds is that their middens refuse heaps. People lived near water, harvested shellfish, ate them, and threw the shells into a pile. Over time, the pile became a mound. The mound became a landmark. End of story. But that's wrong. Or at least incomplete. Yes, many mounds contain garbage, but their structure, the way shells are layered, patterned, even selected, suggests intentionality. Some mounds show seasonal deposition, only oysters harvested in winter months. Others have central pits, surrounded by radiating ridges. Some even have post-Holys evidence of structures built on top of the shell. And then there are the dead. Theory 2. Mortuary monuments. Many shell mounds contain burials. Human remains placed in specific strata, sometimes accompanied by grave goods, beads, bone tools, decorated ceramics. This wasn't accidental. It was sacred. In some sites, the dead appear to have been buried in the mound as it grew. In others, the mound itself was built over the burial, sealing it like a monument. This suggests the mounds were more than trash heaps. They were necropolises. A place where the living honored the dead by building hills of shell, each layer a memory, a season, a feast. In some cases, every mollusk may have been part of a funeral meal. You don't throw out garbage like that. You construct meaning. Theory 3. Ritual landscapes. Here things get mystical. Certain shell mounds are aligned with astronomical event solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles. Others form geometric pattern circles, spirals, twin ridges, and then there's the scale. Some mounds are part of complexes, multiple mounds connected by causeways, canals, embankments. In the Amazon, researchers have uncovered entire cities built with shell and soil, complete with engineered wetlands and fish farms. Let that sink in. Cities made of shell. We're talking about pre-agricultural societies, long dismissed as simple, engaging in massive landscape architecture, coordinated, symbolic, possibly calendrical. This wasn't waste. This was world building. Theory 4. Social currency. What if shell mounds weren't just functional but social? Think display, power, prestige. A community that could host massive shellfish feasts was one that had access to resources, labor, and networks. Shell mounds could be the receipts of such gatherings, monuments to wealth, generosity, and status. In this model, the mound isn't just a memory of the meal. It is the performance. You invite neighboring groups, you feed them, you throw the shells on the pile. The bigger the pile, the bigger the reputation. It's the prehistoric equivalent of flexing on Instagram with oysters. Theory 5. Ecological engineering. Some researchers argue shell mounds were more than cultural. They were ecological. Shell is alkaline. In acidic wetlands, it neutralizes the soil. Mounds created stable, elevated ground in flood-prone areas. They attracted certain plants. They supported specific animals. Over time, they became oases of biodiversity. And perhaps that was the point. Communities built shell mounds not just for memory or ritual, but to shape their environment. These weren't passive adaptations. They were active interventions, anthropogenic landscapes built from the remains of dinner, terraforming with mollusks. But who were these people? That's the deeper mystery. Many shell mound cultures predate writing. Some predate pottery. We know them by their tools, bone awls, flint blades, shell beads, their bones, their homes sometimes dug into the mound itself, their footprints preserved in layers of ash and crushed shell. We name them after the mounds they left. The shell mound archaic, the St. John's culture, the Horse Island people. But their real names, their languages, their gods, gone. All we have are the mounds and the shells. What does a shell mean? It's a question as old as humanity. Shells are more than food. They're symbols, they're jewelry, they're currency, they're ritual objects, they're containers. In many cultures, shells represent the feminine, the womb, the ocean, rebirth. They are the sound of the sea, trapped in a spiral, the echo of time. To build a monument of shells is to build a memory of the tide. And perhaps that's what the mounds really are. Not garbage. Not graves, but tide markers. Reminders that the sea comes, the sea gives, the sea takes, and we are all just passing through. Today, most shell mounds are gone, flattened by agriculture, bulldozed for development, mined for road fill, forgotten. Even when recognized, they're misunderstood, protected as midden heaps, not sacred spaces. But the ones that survive still whisper. They rise from the swamp. They gleam in the sun. They crunch underfoot with a sound that's half bone, half time. And if you stand still, very still, you can almost hear the ancestors feasting, cracking shells, telling stories, building mountains out of memory. And now, we move from mounds of shell to walls of limestone where animals crawl across the stone in poses too strange for zoology and too specific for randomness. Let's descend into the tomb of Kagemni, Ask why an ancient Egyptian scribe drew hippos doing backflips. The Ancient Egyptian Tomb of Kagemni, fauna depictions. It's not the grandeur that gets you. Not at first. Kagemni's tomb deep in the necropolis of Saqqara, just a short walk from the step pyramid of Djoser, doesn't hit you with the force of a pharaoh's ego. It doesn't tower. It doesn't shine. It doesn't have golden statues or mile-long causeways. It's subtle, quiet, modest even, compared to the colossal royal tombs. But once you step inside, once your eyes adjust to the flickering light, once the cool breath of limestone surrounds you, you start to see something strange, something almost alive. The walls move. They don't literally, of course, but they might as well, because carved into the tomb's inner chambers is an explosion of animal life unlike anything else in ancient Egyptian art. Cattle, birds, hippos, crocodiles, geese, monkeys, cats, frogs, hyenas, all moving, squirming, fighting, mating, birthing, fleeing, living. It's not a mural of domination. It's not a parade of gods or symbols. It's a documentary. The Tomb of Kagemni is one of the most vivid and confounding natural histories of the ancient world. And to this day, no one fully understands why it exists. Because these aren't random animals. They're specific. They're depicted with anatomical precision. And they're doing things that don't always make sense in a funerary context. A hippo wrestling a crocodile, a monkey stealing fruit, a goose flapping in terror as a fox lunges for its neck, an entire frieze of fish swimming in layers, some being caught, others escaping. This isn't symbolic art. This is observation. And in ancient Egyptian tombs, that is very, very weird. Let's meet the man behind the mystery. Kagemni was no one's idea of obscure. He was the vizier, the highest non-royal position in Egypt under Pharaoh Teti of the 6th dynasty, around 2300 BCE. He held titles like overseer of the priests, judge of the 6 great courts, inspector of the 2 granaries, and controller of all scribal matters. Translation: if it had to do with law, religion, food, or knowledge, Kagemni was in charge. He wasn't a pharaoh, but he was close. His tomb, though smaller than a king's, was finely crafted, carved from limestone, its walls chiseled with thousands of figures, mostly animals. Some arranged in registers, some overlapping, all moving in ways that suggest the hand of someone who knew what they were looking at. So who commissioned this zoological frenzy? Why did one of the most powerful men in Egypt choose to fill his eternal resting place, not with images of himself or gods, but with wildlife? Theory 1. Agricultural record. Some scholars argue the scenes reflect Egypt's agricultural wealth. After all, the Nile River provided not just crops but a cascade of fauna: ducks in the marshes, fish in the shallows, hippos in the backwaters. A vizier in charge of provisioning the state would naturally want to showcase the source of Egypt's bounty. So, the tomb becomes a ledger, a visual inventory of the land's richness. The fishing scenes make sense here. Nets cast in swirling water, fishermen hauling in tilapia and catfish, hunters crouched among reeds, aiming at birds. It's all part of the system. But that theory collapses under closer inspection, because some of the animals aren't useful. They're pests, scavengers, mischief makers. A baboon stealing fruit is not an agricultural triumph. It's a warning, or a joke. Theory 2. Symbolic rebirth. In Egyptian cosmology, animals were more than animals. They were avatars, symbols, agents of the divine. Many gods had animal heads. Some were animals. In this reading, the zoo inside Kagemni's tomb is a metaphorical ecosystemon designed to carry the soul through the afterlife. Each creature plays a role. The cat, sacred to Bastet, represents protection. The frog, symbol of Heket, stands for fertility and rebirth. Fish represent abundance, ducks the renewal of life. But again, this theory gets slippery, because many of the scenes aren't symbolic. They're behavioral. A hippo giving birth, a goose shielding its goslings, a crocodile dragging prey underwater. These aren't deities. They're documentary moments. Which leads to something stranger. Theory 3. Ethology before ethology. Ethology is the scientific study of animal behavior. Modern ethologists observe, record, categorize. But what if someone in Kagemni's circle, maybe even Kagemni himself, was doing this 4,000 years ago? The detail in the carvings is staggering. Not just accuracy, but action. The way birds fluff their feathers, the way a frog leaps, the contortions of a fish caught in a net. These aren't decorative. They're studied. The wall becomes a textbook, a catalog of motion. And this makes the tomb of Kagemni unique, because no other tomb royal or otherwise shows this level of behavioral detail. The Egyptians loved order. They liked their art stiff, symmetrical, stylized. But here? Chaos. Fluidity. Life. Theory 4. Satire and subversion. Let's entertain a bolder idea. What if the animal scenes are not just records or symbols but commentary? A vizier, after all, lives in a world of politics, corruption, bureaucracy. Perhaps these animal dramas are parabloscoded messages about human nature. A monkey stealing from a market stall? A crooked scribe. A goose chasing away a fox? A noble house defending itself? A crocodile devouring prey while smaller fish swarm around it? A metaphor for greed. In this reading, Kagemni's tomb becomes a satire, a morality play told through beak and claw. He couldn't inscribe complaints about court politics, but he could carve a weasel outwitting a snake. And future generations would get the joke. Theory 5. Personal obsession. Maybe it's simpler than all that. Maybe Kagemni just loved animals. Maybe he spent his free time watching the marshes, sketching fish, feeding cats, laughing at baboons. Maybe the tomb is a personal diary, a record of the things he loved, the creatures he watched, the natural world he wanted to carry with him into the afterlife. We know the Egyptians believed the soul traveled through a landscape after death, a field of reeds, a mirror of the Nile. Why not populate that field with the animals you cherished? In that case, the tomb is less a religious statement and more a love letter to life. But one feature keeps resisting interpretation. The cleft tail of the hippo. It appears more than deliberate, detailed, unnatural. No hippo in real life has such a tail, and yet the artist took care to include it. Is it a symbol? A flaw? A mutation? We don't know. It's one of the many details in the tomb that stares back at us, challenging us to decipher a language that never had an alphabet. Because the tomb of Kagemni isn't just a gallery. It's a code base, a wall-sized algorithm of the living world. And here's what makes it even stranger. Later tombs, even grander ones, don't copy this style. Kagemni's animal madness didn't become trend. It didn't spread. It remained his and his alone. Which means this tomb was not a style. It was a statement of what we may never know. But when you stand inside it, surrounded by birds in flight, fish in schools, and crocodiles slipping into reeds, you feel it. A vision of the world, not through the eyes of a god, or a king, or a myth, but through the eyes of someone who saw. And now, as we leave the realm of the visible and documented, we turn our gaze back to the floor where mosaics, once thought immortal, cracked. Let's uncover how the Romans tried to fix their own art and what we lost when they stopped telling us how. The lost knowledge of Roman mosaic restoration techniques, ancient times. We tend to think of ancient Rome as finished. Its temples are ruins, its baths dry, its forums empty except for tourists and cats, its art fossilized, stuck in museums, trapped under glass. But this is a trick of time, a bias of survival. In truth, the Roman world was always under construction. Streets were repaved, aqueducts repaired, walls replastered, statues recarved. And mosaics, those intricate floors of tesserae, those riotous explosions of color and geometry, they too were maintained. Because they had to be. Mosaics weren't rare. They were everywhere. In villas, bathhouses, temples, apartments. They lined corridors, greeted guests in atriums, adorned dining rooms. Romans walked on art daily. And anything walked on eventually breaks. So, the Romans didn't just make mosaics. They fixed them. But here's the problem. We don't know how. We know they did it. We can see the repair spatches of mismatched stone, crude substitutions, stylistic inconsistencies. But the technique, the manuals, the how-to guides passed from master to apprentice? Gone. What we've lost is not just a method. We've lost the logic of ancient maintenance. And that, in a way, is more mysterious than the mosaics themselves. Let's begin with the obvious. Mosaics break. Foot traffic wears down surfaces. Earthquakes crack substrates. Water seeps in, warping floors. Over time, tesserae come loose. Colors fade. Grout erodes. It's inevitable. And yet, Roman mosaics lasted for centuries. Not because they were invincible, but because they were cared for. At sites like Ostia, Antica, and Pompeii, archaeologists have documented clear instances of mosaic repair. Entire sections replaced, borders realigned. In one case, a figure's missing arm was recreated crudely but confidently by someone who clearly didn't match the original artist's finesse, but did their best. This wasn't vandalism, it was upkeep. Some repairs are barely noticeable unless you know where to look. Others scream for attention like a toddler's crayon scribble next to a Renaissance painting. But all tell the same story. The Romans had restoration ethics, rules, procedures. We just don't know what they were. Theory 1. Workshop traditions. Roman mosaicists tessellari worked in guilds or workshops. These weren't lone artists. They were teams, crews, foremen, laborers, apprentices. When a mosaic was installed, the workshop often remained responsible for its condition, especially in elite homes. It's likely that these workshops kept pattern book sketches, templates, color schemes to recreate damaged areas. Some designs were geometric and repeatable, others were figurative and complex. In either case, there had to be reference material. Think of it like ancient branding. You want your "Beware of the Dog" mosaic to look exactly like your neighbor's, but with your dog's ears. So, when repairs were needed, the workshop returned. Maybe not the original artist, but someone trained in the same visual dialect. This theory explains some of the more consistent repairs. But it doesn't account for the really bad ones. Which brings us to Theory 2. Ad hoc maintenance. Not all mosaics were elite commissions. Many were utilitarian bath floors, corridors, stair landings, cheap, functional, rapidly made. When these broke, they weren't restored by artists. They were patched by workers, builders, janitors. We see this especially in urban tenement cincilli where a broken floor might be filled with whatever was on hand: brick shards, roof tile, river stone. The repair wasn't aesthetic, it was structural. In these cases, mosaic restoration was less about preservation than triage. Keep the floor walkable. Keep the water out. Who cares if it looks weird? This approach was practical but also incredibly human. Because in the cracks of these mosaics, we see improvisation. A worker in the 3rd century didn't have the original pigment? Fine. Use a darker stone. No matching tesserae? break a larger one into pieces. The result? A patchwork mosaic that tells two stories: the original art and the later effort to keep it alive. Theory 3. Ritualized restoration. This one's weirder. Some scholars have speculated that certain mosaic restorations weren't just functional or aesthetic but ritual. In homes and temples, mosaics often depicted gods, myths, or sacred animals. Damage to these images might have been seen as an ill-omened disruption of symbolic order, so repairs had to be done carefully, not just to fix the floor, but to restore balance. In some cases, replacement tesserae were chosen not for color, but for symbolic resonance. Red stones for Mars, green for Venus. Placement mattered, direction mattered. This turns mosaic repair into something more than maintenance. It becomes a ritual, a restoration not just of the image but of meaning, and perhaps even of protection. Theory 4. Municipal responsibility. In public spaces, mosaic repair may have fallen to the city. Bathhouses, basilicas, forums, these were state property. Their upkeep was civic, funded by local magistrates, executed by public workers or contracted artisans. In some inscriptions, we see references to public works involving opus tessellatum, mosaic work. Aediles officials responsible for infrastructure commissioned repairs. Imagine the Roman equivalent of a city budget allocating funds to fix a cracked Medusa head in the town spa. It happened. We just don't have the receipts. Only the aftermath. A figure awkwardly out of proportion, a background color that shifts halfway through a border. The brushstrokes of bureaucracy. Theory 5. Training exercises disguised as repairs. Here's a fun idea. What if some mosaic repairs weren't intended as such? What if they were training exercises students practicing on damaged sections? We see this in other art forms. Apprentice painters filled in background figures. Stone carvers started on the less visible sides. Mosaicists may have done the same, testing their skills on old broken sections before tackling fresh commissions. It explains the uneven quality of some repairs. It also suggests a different way of thinking about the floor, not as a sacred artwork, but as a canvas in motion, living, evolving. The floor doesn't just exist, it learns. The tragedy of lost technique. We know how Roman mosaics were made, sort of. They started with the foundation, compacted earth, rubble, mortar. Then came the bedding, finer mortar or cement. Then the tessaresimal cubes of colored stone, glass, or ceramic pressed into place with tongs, fingers, or styluses. But when it came to repairs, nothing is written. Vitruvius, the Roman architect, mentions mosaic floors, but he doesn't talk about fixing them. Pliny the Elder talks about pigments and materials, not about restoration. Apollodorus? Silent. Even Apicius, who gave us the Roman cookbook, says more about garum than about grout. And so we're left with a mystery. A civilization that could fix aqueducts, rebuild roads, reface temples somehow left no manual for fixing mosaics. Or maybe they did, and we just haven't found it. The significance of the lost. Why does it matter? Why obsess over how someone fixed a floor? Because mosaic repair isn't just about aesthetics. It's about continuity. The Romans didn't treat art as frozen. They maintained it, respected it, adapted it. Their mosaics weren't static monuments. They were part of daily life. Imagine walking across a floor your grandfather commissioned, your father repaired, and your son would someday restore. That's not art. That's inheritance. And today, as archaeologists scrape away layers of dust and collapse, they find not just the original beauty, but the fingerprints of those who tried to keep it alive. Roman mosaic repairs are a palimpsest, a collaboration across centuries. And now, having spent so much time looking down at floors, we turn our gaze to something more abstract. A language without letters. A visual code that twists and turns like vines. Next, the swirling, abstract symbolism of Iron Age Latin art, why it still defies translation. The Iron Age, Latin art, abstract symbolism. There's a kind of madness in the curves. Not a violent madness, nothing so blunt. It's a soft madness, sinuous and swirling. It coils like smoke, doubles back on itself, tangles in knots that look deliberate but lead nowhere. You stare into it long enough, and your brain starts to melt a little, as if your eyes are reading a sentence in a language that was never meant to be spoken out loud. This is Latin art. Iron Age Europe's answer to geometry, to power, to beauty, to symbolism so deep, it slipped entirely beneath the surface of comprehension. It emerged somewhere around the 5th century BCE, and persisted for centuries, sprawling across the Celtic world from Switzerland to Ireland, France to Hungary, even brushing the British Isles with its hypnotic designs. Named after the site of Latin, on the northern edge of Lake Neuchâtel, where thousands of artifacts were dredged up from a lakeshore bog, this style exploded across the continent without a written manual, without an instruction sheet, without a Rosetta Stone to explain why everything looks like a fever dream carved into bronze. And what makes Latin art such a mystery isn't that it was primitive. It wasn't. It was sophisticated, intricate, and deliberate. The patterns are consistent across massive distances. The motifs repeat. The principles of design echo through brooches, scabbards, shields, mirrorbacks, torques, and ceremonial cauldrons. There was method, there was canon, there was intent, but there were no words. The people who made Latin art didn't write books. They didn't chisel explanatory plaques. They didn't leave behind temples filled with inscriptions. They left shapes, spirals, triskellae, trumpet forms, S-curves, peltas, vines, faces that morph into foliage, animals that fade into geometry, forms that flicker between human and inhuman. They were building a language, but not one we can read. Only one we can feel. And that is terrifying, because it worked, for centuries, without anyone writing it down. They communicated meaning that was so universal, it spread across cultures and survived even conquest. And we, with all our algorithms and AI and data archives, still cannot tell you with confidence what a single one of those symbols meant. But we can try. We can try because we have to, because in the absence of text, art becomes the voice of the dead. And the Latin style doesn't whisper, it sings. If Hallstatt art, the older, more geometric, more restrained predecessor of Latinese architecture, then Latin is music. Hallstatt is a military march. Latin is jazz on a bad acid trip. It's a system that evolved past the need for symmetry, past the need for depiction, past the need for realism. It curved and spiraled until representation collapsed into abstraction, and abstraction began to flirt with the infinite. The Celts who made this art were not unskilled. They were not tribal hicks banging out patterns in isolation. They were part of a vast, mobile, sophisticated network that stretched across Iron Age Europe. They traded. They fought. They performed rituals that would give modern anthropologists migraines. They worshipped gods with no names and conducted funerals with torques of gold and swords inlaid with red enamel. And through it all, they made this art not as decoration, but as declaration. The objects are weapons, jewelry, tools, but they're more than that. They're carriers, vessels of something other, something spiritual, something not meant for outsiders. Latin art is coded, not just in form, but in access. You weren't meant to read it unless you were trained, initiated, indoctrinated into the visual grammar of the people who wielded it. And this is why the Romans hated it. To them, Latin art was chaos, barbarism in bronze, the antithesis of their clean lines, their architectural grids, They're statues of gods with defined muscles and idealized limbs. Roman art pointed to perfection. Latin art pointed to mystery, to motion, to liminality. So they stamped it out. They conquered Gaul, crushed resistance in Britain, absorbed some Celtic customs, yes, but they erased the art. They didn't just destroy the objects, they destroyed the context, the stories, the meanings. They paved over the culture that had once looked at a spiral and seen not a shape, but a pathway, a story, a spell. And this is why today, when we dig up Latin artifacts, we can catalog them, we can admire them, we can even exhibit them, but we cannot translate them. We don't know what the triple spiral meant. We don't know why faces are split in half and fused with vines. We don't know if the symmetrical patterns on bronze shields were for intimidation, invocation, or identification. We don't know what it meant to wear a torque. Was it status? Was it religious? Was it protection? Was it all three? We know some things. We know that Latin artists were masters of metal. They twisted iron into ribbons. They cast bronze like it was soft cheese. They inlaid coral, enamel, and glass with impossible delicacy. They made scabbards that looked like portals, swords that danced with reflections, helmets that glimmered like beetles' backs. We know that their work traveled, that you can find a motif in France and trace it to a mirror in Wales, that a style found in Germany turns up on the hilt of a sword buried in a bog in Ireland, that there was a visual language being shared across time and space by people who had never heard of Rome and didn't care to. We know that some of their symbols endured. The triscale, the spiral, the S-form, the knot. They were adopted into later Celtic Christian art-illuminated manuscripts, carved crosses, interlaced patterns, but stripped of their original context, rebranded, tamed. By the time monks were drawing spirals in the Book of Kells, the original meaning had been lost. They had become ornament, which is tragic, because Latin art was never just ornament. It was function. It did something. It wasn't made to be looked at. It was made to be used. In ceremony, in battle, in identity. It was part of the body, part of the self. Look at a Latin torque, twisted, open at the front, not a necklace, a symbol. Some believe it represented spiritual openness, a gap where energy flows. Others think it was a badge of war only. The strong wore torques because only the strong could afford to. Some think it marked the priesthood. We'll never know, because the Celts didn't write it down, and because the Romans made damn sure we couldn't ask. So here we are. Thousands of artifacts, zero direct explanations. A museum full of visual spells with broken incantations. And still, the curves call to us, the spirals, the folds, the mirrored lines that twist and twist and twist until you feel your mind turn inside out. They're still working. Even after 2,000 years, even after conquest and decay and the acid of time, they're still doing what they were made to do. Confound. Enchant. Hide. And next, from the mythic glyphs of Iron Age Europe, we travel far across time and continents to a civilization equally silent and equally strange. The seals of the Indus Valley whisper their animal riddles in silence, stamped into clay and fired into mystery. The unicorn, the bull, the tiger all say something, but no one knows what. Let's go listen anyway. The ancient Indus Valley. Seals, animal meanings. They're tiny, many, no bigger than a matchbox. Square, mostly. Sometimes rectangular. Almost always crafted with a level of precision that feels anachronistic. Press your thumb against one, and the edges bite. The carving is so fine, it looks laser cut. Except it's not. It's made by hand, around 4,000 years ago. These are the seals of the Indus Valley civilization. Tiny clay or steatite stamps bearing animals, bulls, elephants, tigers, rhinos, water buffalo, and the infamous unicorn. which is probably not a unicorn, but also definitely not a unicorn. Underneath or beside the animals are symbol sloops, chevrons, zigzags, fish-shaped glyphs, tridents, crowns, combs, a script, an entire writing system, still undeciphered. The seals come from sites like Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, veracities of a people who built with baked brick, managed complex water systems, and mapped their urban centers like engineers with a taste for the grid. And yet, despite their scale and sophistication, the Indus people left behind no grand monuments, no ziggurats, no pyramids, no colossal statues or stone-carved commandments. They left seals. Tens of thousands of them, stamped, baked, distributed across a region stretching from Afghanistan to Gujarat. And to this day, nobody can say with certainty what any of them actually mean. Let's break that down. A civilization with indoor plumbing before Rome, with trade routes stretching to Mesopotamia, with artisans skilled enough to make near-microscopic engraving sand, we can't read a single word they wrote. We don't know their names, their gods, their kings, if they had any. We don't even know if the symbols are words, syllables, or something more abstract. But they didn't stop at script. They paired their signs with images, animal figures so consistent, so deliberately chosen, that they must have had symbolic weight. And that's where the mystery grows teeth. Because some animals recur constantly, especially the unicorn, which, again, might not be a unicorn, but is depicted with a long single horn curving from its head, standing beside a ceremonial-looking object. It shows up on more seals than any other creature, more than the bulls, more than the elephants, more than the tigers. But what is it? A god? A clan totem? A trade guild mascot? A mythical creature? A stylized ox with a frontal horn perspective? Or a metaphor lost to time? Let's try to unwrap a few possibilities. Some scholars lean toward religious symbolism. In this view, the animals represent deities or divine attributes. The bull stands for strength and virility, perhaps connected to early Shiva worship. The tiger could embody ferocity or protection. The elephant, wisdom, or maybe water. The rhinoceros, power, rarity. The unicorn, whatever it is, might be a supreme being or a priest-king avatar. But there's a problem with this theory. We have no temples. No shrines in the traditional sense. No statues clearly representing deities. No altars in the style of the Near East or Egypt. The cities of the Indus are orderly, efficient, dense. But they don't scream religion. They whisper Eid if they mention it at all. So maybe the animals weren't gods. Maybe they were identities. Another theory suggests the seals were personal or professional markers used for trade, like merchant stamps or branding irons. The animal identifies the individual, family, or guild. The script provides the name or role. You seal a package of goods, press the icon into the clay, and off it goes recognized not by text, but by symbol. In this version, the unicorn isn't mythical. It's bureaucratic. A logo, a brand, like the golden arches or the Nike swoosh. The icon tells you who you're dealing with. Maybe you trust the unicorn trader. Maybe the rhino guy charges more. Maybe the buffalo seals mean government property. But that doesn't explain the ritual object. Because on nearly every unicorn seal, the creature is paired with a complex structure, almost like an altar, or a ceremonial rack, or a fire stand. No one can agree on what it is. Some think it's a sacrificial tool, others think it holds incense. Some even suggest it's a soma press, used in rituals to extract sacred juice. This implies something more than economics. It implies ideology, belief, ritual, and then there's the symmetry. The animals on these seals aren't just depicted, they're composed, deliberately balanced, rendered with anatomical precision and artistic elegance. They're not generic, they're idealized. they're posed like sacred models. Not creatures of nature, but beings of culture. Some experts suggest they were used in ceremonies pressed into soft clay, perhaps during rites, tokens of authority, permits of passage, badges of initiation, tools not for commerce, but for community. And there's more. Some seals show scenes. A man between two tigers, a tree growing from a woman's womb, a horned figure in yogic posture, surrounded by animals sometimes called the proto-Shiva, though that's speculative. These images feel mythic, narrative, but without text, we can't decode the story. We're like people handed a comic strip with the speech bubbles erased. The pictures are alive, but the voices are gone. And here's the kicker. We've found Indus seals far from the Indusan, the Arabian Peninsula, in Mesopotamia, along maritime trade routes, which means these weren't just internal markers, they were exports. Cultural emissaries in clay and stone. Think about that. You're a Sumerian trader. You crack open a shipment of lapis lazuli or cotton, and stamped on the packaging is a bull or a unicorn. You know where it came from. You might even know the trader's reputation, but you don't know the language. You don't need to, because the animal tells you. It's not just a seal, it's a cipher. But then, why the mystery? Why haven't we cracked the code? Because the script isn't long. Most seals have fewer than 5 symbols. The longest inscriptions top out at 26. There's no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual inscriptions, no known descendants. And worse, the writing might not even be phonetic. It could be logo-syllabic, like Sumerian, or fully symbolic, or something else entirely. Some have even suggested the script isn't writing at all, just a set of visual markers. But that seems unlikely. The consistency is too strong, the placement too disciplined, the order of symbols too intentional. This was writing. We just don't know what kind, and maybe we never will. Because after 1900 BCE, the seals vanish, the cities crumble, the rivers shift, the civilization disperses or transforms, and the script dies. No one copied it. No one quoted it. No one remembered it. It's the perfect historical black hole, a language written thousands of times across a vast territory, used for centuries, and then just deleted. But the seals remain, pressed into clay, stamped with a riddle, an animal looking back at us through 4,000 years of silence. And maybe that's why they haunt us, because they weren't meant to last this long. They were meant to be read. And now we're reading them with the wrong eyes. We see a unicorn, but we don't know if it's a god, a traitor, or a joke. We see a bull, but we don't know if it's a name, a job, or a prayer. And as we try to resurrect the meaning, we're left with an uncomfortable truth. Sometimes, civilization survives, but its voice does not. Now, from animal symbols etched in clay to mythic shapes glowing in stone, we ascend from the river valleys of South Asia to the cryptic recesses of Egyptian temples where strange lamps flicker on the walls, and theories spiral out like tendrils of smoke. Next, the Dendera light, and the shadow it casts over our need to believe. The Roman Dendera light, alternative interpretations. Let's get one thing straight. The ancient Egyptians did not invent the light bulb. Probably. And yet, deep within the crypts of the Hathor temple complex at Dendera, on a wall worn by time but still intact, lies a carving that has launched 1,000 theories, 1 million YouTube thumbnails, and more than a few arguments in the darkest corners of late-night Reddit. It's a relief, a series of figures etched into the stone. One of them holds an object. The object is bulbous, elongated, narrow at the base, and rounded at the top, with a snake-like form curling out from its center, beneath it, a pedestal. Behind it, a thick cord or vine stretching toward a box. Inside the box, A crouched figure holds two knives. There are lotuses, there are pillars, there are priests, there is mystery. This image, repeated in several forms within the Dendera crypts, is what we now call dramatically, simplistically, the Dendera light. To many Egyptologists, it is a stylized depiction of the myth of the lotus, or of the god Harsomptis, emerging from the primeval lotus flower in the form of a serpent, cradled by the arms of creation. It is, in short, religious, symbolic, consistent with known Egyptian cosmology. But to others, those a little less burdened by peer review, it's a light bulb, a vacuum tube, an electrical lamp powered by some forgotten ancient source. And the real mystery isn't whether the Dendera light is actually a schematic for a working electrical device. It's that something about this image feels like it could be. That's what makes it dangerous and fascinating. Because real mystery doesn't scream, it whispers. And this carving has been whispering for a long time. Let's stare into it. The theory of the Dendera light as an electrical device first gained traction in the 20th century, thanks to a mix of pseudo-archaeology, fringe science, and the irresistible allure of the ancient aliens pipeline. Proponents of the theory argued that the shape of the object, so bulb-like, so filamental, was too modern to be coincidence. They pointed to the pedestal as a power source. The cord, they said, was a cable, the box, a generator, the knife-wielding figure, a cautionary icon symbolizing danger, high voltage, shock hazard. A primitive health and safety warning, if you will. This interpretation leapt from obscurity into pop culture, finding a home in every cable, special, and conspiracy video that wanted to add a little sci-fi shimmer to the sands of Egypt. But is there any evidence that ancient Egyptians had electricity? Not really. No wires, no generators, no copper coils tucked away in secret tombs. The so-called Baghdad battery, often linked to this conversation, has its own dubious status and isn't Egyptian anyway. There are no electroplated artifacts, no glass bulb fragments, no sootless ceilings that couldn't be explained by reflective mirrors and good ventilation. In other words, no physical tech. But that hasn't stopped the theory. Because when you look at the Dendera light with modern eyes, it looks like something. And our brains are wired to seek pattern, to reach for what we know. We recognize the shape, the proportions, the wiring. So we try to read it backwards, projecting our inventions onto their icons. And in that act, we accidentally perform the very thing we accuse the ancients of magical thinking. But maybe the truth is weirder than either side admits. Because even if the Dendera light isn't a working light bulb, it's still inexplicable. Let's say, for argument's sake, that the traditional explanation is right, that the image depicts the birth of a serpent deity from a lotus flower, that the bulb is a symbol, the snake a god, the cable a stylized umbilical or lifeline of divine energy. That's beautiful, poetic, consistent with Egyptian theology. But that doesn't explain the design choice. Why this shape? Why render a myth in the form of a glassy vessel? Why coil the serpent inside it like a filament? Why balance it on a lotus that reads like an insulator? Why have multiple figures operating or presenting the device like technicians or priests? Why make it look functional? Egyptian art is symbolic, yes, but it's also literal. Crops are shown being harvested. Animals are depicted in precise detail. Tools, weapons, boatsall, rendered with accuracy and reverence. When Egyptians wanted to depict an object, they did. When they wanted to show an idea, they used visual shorthand hieroglyphs, poses, scale. But the Dendera carving doesn't feel like shorthand. It feels like tech. Symbolic tech, maybe. Theological tech. A god machine. A ceremonial interface. A metaphor for creation, depicted in the language of engineering. So maybe we're not wrong to think of it as a device. Just not the kind with a light switch. Here's a more nuanced theory. What if the Dendera light isn't a lamp at all, but a process? A cosmological apparatus? A depiction of the birth of energy, or consciousness, or divine presence described through the metaphor of containment and release. The bulb contains the force. The snake is the force. The cord channels it. The box governs it. The knives protect or threaten liminal figures of guardianship. The whole scene becomes a schematic for a cosmic event. That would align it with Egyptian traditions where art wasn't representational so much as operational. You didn't look at a carving of a god to remember the god. You looked at it to invoke the god. Art was magic. Magic was technology. And the line between symbol and machine? Non-existent. The Dendera light might be what happens when a civilization with no electricity still understands the shape of power. So they carve it. Encase it. Give it a coil, a container, a source. Not because they had a light bulb, but because they understood the feeling of light. And maybe this is what really frightens us. Not that they had technology, but that they had vision. That they could imagine a world powered by currents and coils and cables. That they could dream the structure of energy centuries before Faraday or Edison or Tesla. That they could mythologize electricity before they could generate it. And what if they weren't alone? Because Dendera isn't unique in its suggestion of technological metaphors. Other temples hint at mechanism stars moving on tracks, doors that open with sound, statues that breathe. The ancient world was full of machines we don't understand, not because they were electronic, but because they were metaphoric. Rituals structured like systems, myths structured like programs. They were running code, the code of belief. And the Dendera light might be one of its output screens. Not a light bulb, but a ritual operating system GUI. The snake inside the lamp doesn't glow. It becomes. Still, we're left with that shape. That haunting, uncanny shape. Because no matter how many times Egyptologists tell us it's mythological, the image still pulls us in. Not because it's real, but because it's recognizable. And recognition, in mystery, is dangerous. It opens doors. It breeds conspiracy. And it also reminds us how fragile our understanding of the past really is. We look at a wall. We see a shape. We project. They carved a god. We see a filament. And so, with one step into the temple, we accidentally mirror the ancient priest interpreting symbols with faith, not certainty. In the end, the Dendera light tells us more about ourselves than it does about Egypt. It shows us our hunger, our need for the past to be more like us, to have electricity and wonder and light, even when they were groping through shadow. And now, speaking of shadows and the weight of stone, let us move from the cryptic carvings of Egypt to the massive stones of Portugal's Satanias built by hands we barely know, defending mysteries we still can't explain. The prehistoric, megalithic walls of Portugal, Satanias. The stones don't rise so much as hunker. Like sleeping beasts. Like crouching titans turned to granite mid-snarl. They do not tower in elegant rows like Stonehenge, nor do they soar in pyramidal ambition. They cling, wrap, encircle, not monuments, enclosures, settlements, walls. These are the Satanias of northern Portugal, fortified hilltop settlements from the late Bronze Age through the Iron Age, cloaked in fog, battered by centuries, and still holding secrets in the gaps between their stones. Citania de Briteiros, Citania de Sanfins, Monte Mozinho. Names half remembered, barely whispered beyond Iberia. These aren't tourist magnets. They aren't global icons. But they might be among the most hauntingly enigmatic prehistoric sites in Europe, because they speak a language of stone, and we've only ever learned a few of its nouns. What are Satanias? At a glance, circular or oval-shaped fortified villages built high on granite hills. They're made of wall-shug, dry stacked stones, forming multiple rings of defense. Inside are more walls. Low, circular dwellings with stone thresholds, paved streets, water systems. Some even have baths. But look closer, and the weirdness starts to emerge. Who built them? Why? And how did they coordinate such massive labor in a time before centralized kingship, before empire, before even full urbanization? Because these aren't casual constructions. They're complex, tiered systems, and they're pre-Roman, which means that long before the legions marched in with aqueducts and laws and Latin, something else was happening on the high hills of what would become Portugal. Something organized, something architectural, something quietly powerful. Let's go there. Picture a morning thousands of years ago. A mist snakes through the valleys. On a craggy ridge above the clouds sits a village of stone, not huts, not lean-tos. Houses stone-walled, thatched roofed, grouped in patterns, protected by not one but sometimes 3 concentric defensive walls. This is not a loose collection of farmers hiding from wolves. This is a community with spatial logic, with division of space, with planning. Each Citania varies slightly, but they share core features. Thick outer walls, terraced layouts, carved stone stairways, circular houses clustered in neighborhoods, sometimes even evidence of public spaces, plazas, cisterns, communal ovens. That's not just survival, that's civilization, but not the kind we're used to seeing. Because the Citanias don't announce themselves with writing. No stelae, no inscriptions, no monuments to victory or conquest or gods. Their creators left no chronicles. Their history is all in the stone. And that silence is deafening. Because the Citanias whisper of a society that was complex enough to plan and build large-scale fortified settlements without leaving a written record, without monumental art, without centralized power structures as we understand them. It forces us to reconsider what advanced means. Because these were not nomads. They were builders, defenders, strategists. And most mysteriously, they were organized. So, how were these massive walls built? Granite boulders, some weighing several tons, are shaped and stacked into dry stone walls up to 3 meters thick. No mortar, just gravity and geometry. Interlocking stability perfected by generations of masons who probably never saw a blueprint in their lives. Some walls were reinforced with rubble fill, others with interior buttresses. In certain areas, gates are angled to channel movement defensive choke points. This isn't brute force construction. It's calculated. These people understood not just how to move stone, but how to command space. And not just for protection. There's beauty here, too. Doorways are carved with lintels. Some houses have stone benches, decorative patterns etched into threshold slabs, evidence of drainage systems. Even fire pits built with baffled airflow to control combustion. These are not savage improvisations. These are engineered choices. But for what purpose? And by whom? Let's talk society. The builders of the Citanias are sometimes labeled as Proto-Celtic, Lusitanian, or just vaguely pre-Roman Iberians, all fuzzy terms that cover a truth we don't like to admit. We don't really know who these people were. We have no texts, no coins, no genealogies. But we have context. And context tells us that these communities existed in an era of increasing competition between tribes, between territories, possibly between ideologies. The multiple wall rings suggest a society obsessed with security. But the layout of the home sequel sizes, tight clustering suggests social cohesion rather than hierarchy. These weren't palaces. There's no evidence of a ruling elite living in separate luxury. So we're left with a puzzle. A people capable of large-scale construction, coordinated labor, and defensive strategy, but without clear signs of kings, gods, or writing. That's almost anti-civilizational by modern standards. And yet, it worked. These communities thrived. For centuries. So maybe the Satanias are what civilization looks like when it isn't centralized, when it doesn't care about conquering its neighbors or writing epic poems, when it just wants to build, live, and survive. That's a form of complexity we rarely acknowledge, because it doesn't fit the narrative. And then the Romans came. They marched in from the east, spoke Latin, built roads, taxed land, demanded records. And the Satanias adapted. We find Roman artifacts in many sites: amphora shards, coins, terra sigillata. Some walls were reinforced using Roman techniques. Some homes were remodeled. The stone stayed, but the culture shifted. Not obliterated, absorbed, but also, in some cases, abandoned. Because Romanization didn't just bring new infrastructure, it brought new centrality. New urban hubs pulled populations off the hills and into planned towns. The Satanias, with their defensive posture and communal autonomy, faded. Their stones stayed, but the people moved. And once again, silence followed. So what were the Satanias? Defensive refuges? Seasonal settlements? Ceremonial centers? All of the above? We don't know. And the mystery deepens when we look at how few have been thoroughly excavated. There are dozens, maybe hundreds dotting the hills of northern Portugal and Galicia, but only a fraction have been studied in depth. Many lie hidden under forest and scrub, their stones still holding the weight of centuries. Waiting, which means the Satanias aren't just prehistoric. They're active mysteries, potential sources of knowledge buried under bureaucracy, erosion, and neglect. And perhaps that's fitting, because these places were never about display. They were about presence, persistence, survival. Not grandeur, not gold, just stone, carefully placed, over and over, until an entire society was etched into the landscape, like a fingerprint of silence. And maybe that's what makes them so unsettling. They contradict our story of progress. They say, you can build complexity without conquest. You can build permanence without hierarchy. You can build walls without needing to explain yourself in writing. And those walls might still be standing long after your conquerors are dust. So next time you hear someone say the past is gone, remember this. Somewhere in northern Portugal, a stone ring waits under the moss, perfectly balanced, perfectly placed, forgotten by history, and not even close to finished. From fortified mystery towns to forgotten knowledge encoded in education systems, we now journey east to the land of scribes where Babylonian boys learned cuneiform not from tablets alone, but from an ancient schooling system whose details remain maddeningly out of reach. The lost knowledge of ancient Mesopotamian scribal training. Imagine a classroom, if you can. Not a modern one. Not fluorescent lights, plastic desks, bored teenagers scrolling through their phones. This classroom is a room of dust and clay and heat. A small space with hard benches, no windows, and the faint rhythmic sound of a stylus tapping wet earth. There are no pencils, no ink, no paper, only tablets off clay. And boys, always boys. Sitting in rows, heads bent, working with brutal precision. This is the Adubath Tablet House, the school of scribes in ancient Mesopotamia. It is one of the most structured, mysterious, and misunderstood educational systems in human history. Not because it was small, not because it was short-lived, but because it was vast, enduring, and foundational, and yet we have no manual for how it worked. We have tablets, thousands of them, copybooks, exercises, vocabulary lists, mathematical problems, legal formulas, literary passages. We have evidence of rote memorization, complex linguistic drills, advanced arithmetic, even philosophical riddles. But we don't know the how. We don't know the sequence. We don't know the philosophy behind it. The knowledge of how scribes were trained to control the linguistic, legal, religious, and political nervous system of Mesopotamian civilization is gone. And that's not a small loss. Because the scribe wasn't just a secretary. He was the system. And to lose the logic of his training is to lose the blueprints of the world's first real bureaucracy. Let's lay the groundwork. Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, give or take, wasn't a civilization. It was civilizations. From Sumer to Akkad to Babylon to Assyria, waves of city-states and empires rose and fell, each building on the back of the last, but all of them every single own depended on the scribe. These were societies of records, of contracts, of trade, of tribute, of gods who needed offerings counted, and kings who needed decrees published. Cuneiform, their wedge-shaped script, was the software that ran this system, and the scribes were the programmers. So, how do you train someone to be that? How do you turn a boy, often the child of a scribe himself, into a literate, multilingual, numerate, legally fluent, religiously literate machine? You start early, and you start hard. The Adaba was not a place of play. It was, by all accounts, a place of ordeal. We know from student text copies filled with errors, scratch-outs, corrections, that the first stage of scribal education was basic literacy. That meant learning cuneiform symbols, hundreds of them, each with multiple meanings, multiple phonetic values. You didn't just memorize letters. You memorized entire systems. Phonetic symbols, logograms, determinatives, syllabaries. Each symbol might represent a sound, or a word, or a category, or nothing at all, except when placed in context. Imagine teaching a 6-year-old that the symbol for star can also mean God, sky, or destiny, depending on what comes before or after it. Now imagine doing that without a book. Just a stylus, a tablet, and repetition. Over and over and over. But it didn't stop at literacy. Scribal education was cultural indoctrination. Because the texts these boys copied weren't just random sentences, they were canon. Sumerian hymns, proverbs, epic poetry, law codes, model contracts, farming records, medical prescriptions, astronomical tables. Everything a civilization knew was distilled into these exercises. You weren't just learning to write. You were learning what mattered. And that meant learning the language of power. Scribes were bilingual. At a minimum, Sumerian, the old, dead liturgical language, and Akkadian, the living administrative language. Later, they might have added Aramaic, Assyrian dialects, even Hittite or Elamite, depending on region and era. They didn't just learn to read and write. They learned to translate. Across time, across scripts, across semantic fields that shifted and slid like desert dunes. So how did this all happen? What was the structure? We don't know. We have fragments. There are tablets that suggest a progression from sign lists to sentence formation to advanced literary texts. We know there were teacher-student relationships, often within families. We know some schools were attached to temples, others to palaces. But there's no unified curriculum. No scribal training 101. No Mesopotamian Great Courses DVD set on how to teach the Epic of Gilgamesh. Instead, we have to reverse engineer it. One theory suggests there was a tiered progression: novice, apprentice, journeyman, master. Another posits specialized tracks: legal scribe, temple scribe, medical scribe, astrological scribe. Still another suggests there was a kind of scribe exam, a final rite of passage involving the flawless copying of a sacred text. But none of this is certain, because the scribes wrote everything except a manual for how to become one. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the system was oral, passed down like a guild secret. Maybe the training wasn't meant to be open. Maybe the Aduba was a gatekeeper, not just of skills, but of access, to literacy, to law, to legitimacy. If so, the secrecy was a feature, not a flaw. Because in Mesopotamia, to write was to command. The ability to encode an order into cuneiform and send it across the empire on a clay tablet was not just administration, it was magic. Writing was sacred. Literally. Sumerians believed the god Nabu was the patron of scribes. To copy a text was to engage in ritual. To miswrite a line could invite disaster. You weren't just transcribing. You were preserving cosmic order. And perhaps that's why they didn't write down their pedagogy. Because to know how to become a scribe was itself sacred knowledge. Not to be shared. Not to be explained. Only to be experienced. The deeper tragedy is this. We don't know how much we've lost. Because Mesopotamian scribes didn't just write government memos. They wrote everything. Medical treatises, legal arguments, star charts, agricultural almanacs, poetry, satire, math, omens, songs, contracts, rituals. They were civilization's hard drive. And when their training system disappeared slowly, gradually, eaten away by conquest, language shift, neglect, entire frameworks of knowledge vanished with it. Imagine if you found 100,000 lines of code, but no documentation, no comments, no tutorials. That's Mesopotamian literature. And the scribes were the only ones who knew how to read it fluently. Without them, the code doesn't execute. It just sits, dead. But sometimes, the code still flickers. There are moments rare, luminous when we can feel the shape of their world. A student tablet where a boy has doodled a caricature of his teacher. A copy of a proverb so absurdly sarcastic it breaks time. A scribe without knowledge is like a blind man in the street. Or this one. He who has not learned and says, I have learned, his end is near. Sass from 1800 BCE. You can almost hear the teacher groan. You can feel the room. The heat, the clay dust, the low rhythmic scratch of stylus on tablet. The hum of civilization mid-sentence. And then, silence. Because the Aduba, like the Sitanyas, like the seals, like the Mosaics, vanished. Not all at once, but gradually. The writing changed, the language changed, the gods changed, and no one taught the next generation how to teach the next generation. So the line broke, and all we have now is a pile of tablets, stripped of their context. Like pages torn from a book written in a dialect that no one ever spoke. So we try to rebuild the classroom. From the tablets, from the scratches, from the ghosts of boys hunched over clay, copying lines they didn't yet understand. But maybe that's the only way to learn. To sit, to copy, to wonder. And speaking of things carved in stone and half erased, let us now travel back to the pyramids, not to the structures themselves, but to the sounds that once echoed inside them. Next, the pyramid texts, oldest religious inscriptions on earth, meant not just to be read but to be performed, sung, spoken, lived. The ancient Egyptian pyramid texts, ritual performance. If stone could sing, the Egyptian pyramids would still echo with it. Not just the clink of chisels or the groan of shifting granite, not the wind howling through broken shafts, but actual words, spoken words, ritual words, incantations crafted not to be seen but to be heard. And that, precisely, is the secret of the pyramid texts. They are not just inscriptions. They are performances, fossilized. They are theater, trapped in limestone. They are songs of survival, written for an audience of one the dead pharaoh, lying in absolute darkness, waiting to rise. Found carved into the inner walls of pyramids from Egypt's 5th and 6th dynasties. The pyramid texts are the oldest religious writings we have, older than the Torah, older than the Rig Veda, older than Homer. They are the ur-text of civilization's most enduring obsession: how to beat death. But here's the part we always forget. They weren't meant to be read in silence. They were meant to be spoken. Let's rewind to the end of the 5th dynasty circa 2400 BCE. King Unas is dead. His body lies in a sarcophagus deep within a limestone chamber, but his soul, his ka, his essence, that's going on a journey. A dangerous, mystical journey through the underworld, past serpents and lakes of fire, toward the stars where he will become divine. But he can't get there on his own. He needs help. Not soldiers, not servants, not maps. He needs words. And so his tomb is carved with them more than 700 spells, incantations, prayers, and cosmic instructions. Each one a step, a spell, a key. Each one designed to be spoken, either by priests during burial, or by the king himself as he passed through the veil. These are the pyramid texts. And they are not just prayers. They are scripts, ritual scripts, with cues, repetitions, formulae, and even this is the wild part: stage directions. Scholars have spent centuries translating these texts, parsing their grammar, comparing versions from different pyramids: Unas, Teti, Pepi I, Merenre, Pepi II. They've cataloged and numbered them, utterance 1, utterance 2, all the way through to 700 plus. But the structure resists reduction. Some utterances are just a few lines long, others sprawl across walls. Some are poetic, others procedural. Some describe the king ascending on a ladder of light. Others have him sailing in a boat made of fire. Others are blunt magical commands. "Serpent, do not approach me." The tone swings from exalted to desperate, from reverent to sarcastic. It's almost as if the texts were drawn from multiple genres: hymns, spells, monologues, chants. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the pyramid texts are a cosmic playlist, curated for a specific audience, performed in a very particular setting. Not just a guide for the soul. A show for the gods. We often imagine ancient Egypt as silent. The hush of tombs, the stillness of statues, the eternal quiet of desert winds sweeping across ruins. But it wasn't. These texts weren't carved to be looked at like art. They were inscribed to encode sound. Imagine the priest standing in the burial chamber, torch flickering, reciting the spells as the sarcophagus is sealed. His voice reverberates through stone corridors, repeating phrases, calling on Osiris, Ra, the sky goddess Nut, not whispering. Commanding. Because these weren't suggestions. They were magical speech acts. To speak them was to make them real. You don't say, "The king ascends." You cause him to ascend by saying it. Utterance 254. The sky is given birth, the star is born, the god is brought forth, the king is a star. That's not poetry. That's a launch code. But here's the mystery. How exactly were they performed? We have the texts. We know they were meant to be vocalized. But the ritual choreography? Gone. We don't know how many priests were present, whether they chanted together or took turns, whether certain utterances were accompanied by gestures, music, incense, whether the dead king's body was present, or whether the words were spoken after interment. We don't know if it was a single ceremony or a series spread over days. We don't know the tempo, the pitch, the mood. We don't know if certain spells were whispered while others were shouted. What we have is the libretto. What we've lost is the performance. And that's devastating. Because performance is the soul of these texts. Without it, we miss half the meaning. When a priest chants, "O king, you have not gone dead, you have gone alive," it's not a statement, it's resistance against death. It's an act of rebellion. When he says, "Your bones are iron, your limbs are gold," he's not describing, he's transmuting. Words are the alchemy. Voice is the fuel. This was theater with real stakes. An audience of gods. A protagonist who had just died. And an ending that wasn't guaranteed. The pyramid texts weren't about comfort. They were about control. Control over the unknown. Over decomposition. Over cosmic geography. They mapped the underworld, but they also hacked it. And the king wasn't the only speaker. Some utterances are clearly in the voice of the deceased. Others seem to be addressed to him. Still others are invocations to deities, spells of protection, warnings to threats. It's a multi-character drama, a ritualized dialogue, a ceremony in acts. But performed where? In the burial chamber? The chapel above? Maybe both. Some theories suggest the pyramid was designed as a ritual machinage chamber, part of a sequence, each wall inscribed in the order of ritual performance. That's not a tomb. That's a stage. Or a portal. Or both. And still, we don't know the full sequence. Because the pyramid texts aren't standardized. Each king's version is different. Some reorder the utterances. Some include unique texts. Some omit others. It's as if every pharaoh had his own spiritual mixtape, remixed from an evolving canon. That's not sloppiness. That's customization. An acknowledgement that every death is different. Every ascension unique. The gods don't need repetition. They need resonance. And then came the coffin texts. And then the Book of the Dead. As Egypt evolved, these rituals moved from the pyramid walls to the surfaces of coffins, papyri, tomb decorations. The elite borrowed the spells of kings. What was once exclusive became popularized. But the roots remain the same. The idea that death was not an end but a performance. A journey with a script. And the traveler needed to know their lines. And perhaps that's why the pyramid texts still haunt us. Because they hint at a world where language was not descriptive but creative. Where speech didn't just explain reality, it shaped it. Where your afterlife depended not on belief but on correct recitation. A world where words could kill. Or save. And if you forgot your lines, you didn't just fail. You disappeared. So today, we study the utterances like archaeologists of sound, trying to hear what was once heard, trying to reconstruct the acoustics of eternity. We read them in silence, but they were meant to be shouted, whispered, cried, sung, and maybe, someday, we'll learn to listen again. And now, from these haunting rituals carved in sacred chambers, we descend not metaphorically, but literally into the underworld of Roman engineering, where water once flowed through pitch-dark tunnels, and the greatest secret was how they kept it all clean. The Roman underground aqueducts, maintenance access. There's a scene in every ancient Rome documentary. You know the one. Marble columns, Senate steps, a centurion walks past a forum. Somewhere, someone says the phrase, roads, laws, aqueducts, like they're reading the syllabus for Civilization 101. But the aqueducts, those are different. They're not just marvels, they're veins, circulatory systems of empire. Silent, unrelenting flows of clean water stretched across mountains, buried beneath cities, elevated over valleys, stitched across the empire with a confidence so matter-of-fact, it almost feels arrogant. But there's a question in annoying, gritty, practical question rarely answered in all that praise. How the hell did they clean them? Because if you've ever seen a gutter, you know, Water gets dirty, sediment settles, slime builds, algae blooms, roots intrude, vermin die in pipes. And Romans weren't pushing Evian through marble tubes, they were moving real water, muddy water, heavy water, water that traveled dozens of miles through limestone and dirt and clay. So, how did they maintain these pipes? Especially the underground sections, miles of tunnel carved through rock, shrouded in pitch darkness, pressed beneath the very cities they served. That's the real question. Not how they built the aqueducts, but how they kept them alive. Because an aqueduct isn't a monument. It's a machine. And machines need maintenance. Let's start with what we know. The Romans built aqueducts everywhere. By the 4th century CE, Rome itself was supplied by at least 11 major aqueduct lines, totaling over 300 miles of channel. Only a fraction of that was above ground. The vast majority? Underground. Dug through soil, bored through bedrock, routed around hills and under roads. Out of sight, out of reach. Or so it seems. But here's where Roman genius kicks in. Because these weren't just tunnels, they were engineered corridors. Some were large enough to walk through upright. Others were narrow shafts, crouch height at best. All had one thing in common: access. Every so often, every 70 to 120 feet there was a shaft, a vertical opening, a maintenance portal, sometimes capped with a stone cover, sometimes open to the air, sometimes hidden beneath what would later become houses, fields, roads. These were the lungs of the aqueduct. Without them, the system would suffocate. So picture it, a Roman maintenance worker, Aquarius climbing down into a shaft with a lamp, a chisel, maybe a sponge soaked in vinegar, maybe even a rope ladder, depending on the depth. He drops into darkness, the shaft echoing his breath. The air is thick, the walls are slick. Below, a channel of water moving, sluggish, whispering secrets. He steps in. The water is knee-high, maybe deeper. He walks along the tunnel, inspecting, listening, feeling, scraping mineral deposit center, the calcium residue that clogs everything over time, removing debris, checking for cracks. He is not a hero. But if he fails, people die. Cities get sick, fountains go dry, baths sit empty, temples close. This is the unglamorous miracle of Rome. They built infrastructure. And then, here's the kicker: they maintained it. But let's talk logistics. How do you plan maintenance for a 50-mile aqueduct? Step 1. Access points. Roman engineers built inspection shafts at regular intervals, often aligned with topography to allow natural venting. These shafts weren't just for emergencies, they were part of the blueprint. Some were narrow, only wide enough for a man and a bucket. Others had steps carved directly into the stone. Some even had winches. Step 2. Gradient control. An aqueduct had to slope just right, too steep, and the water would erode the channel, too flat, and it would stagnate. But there's a side benefit to a perfectly calibrated gradient. It makes sediment predictable. You know where deposits will accumulate. You design settling basins, low points where gunk can collect. Then you clean those basins regularly. Step 3. Redundancy. Some aqueducts had parallel channels or bypasses. This wasn't excess, it was insurance. You could divert flow to one channel while repairing the other. Some channels were compartmentalized with sluice gates, primitive but effective water control systems. Step 4. Labor specialization. Rome had guilds of aqueduct workers. It was a profession. Regulated, supervised, trained. These weren't farmers moonlighting as plumbers. They were part of a hierarchy. Some were inspectors. Others were repairmen. Some worked the surface, managing flow and pressure. Others descended into the bowels, becoming intimate with slime and darkness. They were janitors of civilization. And they kept the lights on, so to speak. But let's be real. This wasn't glamorous work. It was dangerous. Some shafts dropped 30 feet or more, tunnels flooded, gases built up, oxygen ran thin. There were no hard hats, no OSHA, just intuition, rope, and maybe a small god's favor. And the irony? We know next to nothing about these workers. No names. No statues. No honorifics. Just the void they left behind, the spaces they cleaned, the channels they kept open, the cities that forgot them. Still, their work survives. In places like the Aqua Claudia, the Aqua Marcia, the Aqua Appia, you can trace the maintenance shafts. Some are still visible today. Some have collapsed. Some are hidden beneath layers of modern urban sprawl. But the design remains. The system still whispers. And in some places, the aqueducts still flow. Because maintenance wasn't an afterthought. It was designed in. From the first survey line to the last stone set, the Romans knew water systems decay. Not might, not maybe, will. And if you don't build for that, you don't build at all. So why does this matter? Because it tells us something about how Rome thought. Not just about scale, but about time. Rome didn't build for one emperor, or one generation, or one moment of triumph. They built continuity, systems that could last centuries if cared for. And they understood the cost of that care. They factored it in, which is why a Roman aqueduct is not just an engineering achievement. It's a philosophy, a belief that civilization requires not just glory, but grit. Not just conquest, but cleaning. And yet, we've lost some of that. Modern cities crumble under neglected pipes, sewage overflows, water systems leak billions, infrastructure gets built, then abandoned. Maintenance is an afterthought. Rome, for all its blood and empire and cruelty, knew better. They built deep, and they built for return visits. Every shaft, every inspection chamber, every spare conduit was a love letter to the future. Not grand, not beautiful, but necessary. And now, from these hidden corridors of water, we rise to meet a very different mysteryon of burial, power, and sudden disappearance. Next, the Wessex culture of Bronze Age Britain, wealthy, mysterious, and gone. The Bronze Age Wessex culture, influence and decline. If Stonehenge had a VIP section, the Wessex culture would have built it. They didn't erect the stones. That was someone else, someone earlier, someone already half lost. But when the Wessex elite moved in, they didn't just visit the old monument. They claimed it. Enhanced it, interpreted it through their own glittering lens of wealth and power, turning a sacred site into something more, a status symbol, a spiritual headquarters, a branding opportunity for the dead. Because if the Wessex culture understood anything, it was optics, and gold, and trade, and how to disappear without a trace. Here's the thing, the Wessex culture isn't even a culture in the usual archaeological sense. It's a name, a shorthand, a label for a burst of archaeological weirdness that shows up in southern Britain during the early Bronze Age, roughly 2000 to 1000, 400 BCE. It wasn't a nation. It wasn't an empire. It wasn't even, as far as we can tell, a unified tribe. It left no texts, no inscriptions, no codified law or lineage. What it left was burials. Rich ones, elaborate ones. Burials stuffed with exotic artifacts, finely crafted weapons, gold ornaments, bone tools, and the occasional quirk of staggering uniqueness: a dagger from Mycenaean Greece, a belt hook from the Baltic, amber beads that probably passed through half of prehistoric Europe before landing in a tomb in Wiltshire. It's like a civilization that only exists in death. But what deaths they were. Take the Bushbarrow burial, found just a stone's throw from Stonehenge. Inside was a man, probably a chieftain, laid out with a suite of grave goods that would make a pharaoh pause. A bronze dagger, but not just any dagger. One with a hilt of gold-studded studs, each no thicker than a human hair, arranged in concentric circles with micrometer precision. A belt hook made of bone, inlaid with gold. A mace head carved from fossilized sea sponge eyes. You read that right. Sea sponge, polished until it gleamed like marble. This man wasn't just rich. He was curated. And he wasn't alone. Across Wessexan area, centered in southern England but bleeding into Dorset, Hampshire, and Somerset, we find similar burials. Round barrows, packed with objects that scream long-distance trade, metallurgical skill, and ideological complexity. In other words, influence. But what kind of influence? That's the mystery. Because these burials don't accompany grand architecture. They don't sit atop cities. There are no Wessex temples, no Wessex roads, no Wessex empire, visible from orbit. There's just presence, a ghostly prominence, a halo. They clustered around old sites like Stonehenge, Silbury Hill, and Avebury, not building new monuments, but occupying old ones, inhabiting them, reinterpreting them, rebranding them for the Bronze Age. Some scholars think they were shamans, others say merchant princes. Some suggest they were priest-kingskeepers of inherited sacred sites, using ancient awe for contemporary clout. Whatever they were, they understood the currency of the past. They understood that burying your dead next to Stonehenge made a statement. They turned prehistory into PR. And then, they were gone. The Wessex culture doesn't end with a bang. There's no conquest, no catastrophe, no collapse. They just fade. The burials become less rich, less elaborate. The grave goods grow generic. The gold vanishes. The foreign trinkets stop arriving. It's like someone turned down the volume on an entire class of people and nobody bothered to write down why. This is the real mystery. Not just who they were, but what happened to them. Because influence of that scale doesn't usually vanish. It gets absorbed, dismantled, overthrown. But in the archaeological record, silence? No signs of violence, no cultural upheaval, just a slow ebb. Like a tide that forgets to come back. So what are the theories? 1. Trade routes shifted. The Wessex elites may have depended on long-distance exchange networks bringing in prestige goods from the continent and beyond, amber from the Baltic, gold from Ireland, blades from mainland Europe. If those networks dried up due to conflict, climate change, or new powers rising elsewhere, their entire system of status collapsed. 2. Cultural decentralization. Maybe Wessex elites were never numerous. Maybe they were more like a social experimenta, small, mobile aristocracy flaunting borrowed wealth and foreign symbols to cement temporary power. When their prestige markers stopped being fashionable, their authority evaporated. 3. Ideology changed. Burial customs don't just reflect economics, they reflect belief. Maybe the next generation didn't care for gold daggers and fossil maces. Maybe they shifted toward cremation, egalitarianism, or new deities. In other words, fashion. The kind that buries a civilization not with swords, but with forgetfulness. But the Wessex culture left fingerprints. Beyond the grave goods, beyond the glitter, they may have contributed something more enduring, ideological infrastructure. Some argue they helped canonize sacred landscapes, formalizing the importance of certain hills, mounds, and circles as ritual hubs. In doing so, they laid down patterns that persisted long after their own symbols faded. You can still feel it today. Drive through Wiltshire, and you'll pass fields where nothing modern has. The Bronze Age Wessex culture, influence and decline. If Stonehenge had a VIP section, the Wessex culture would have built it. They didn't erect the stones. That was someone else, someone earlier, someone already half lost. But when the Wessex elite moved in, they didn't just visit the old monument. They claimed it. Enhanced it, interpreted it through their own glittering lens of wealth and power, turning a sacred site into something more a status symbol, a spiritual headquarters, a branding opportunity for the dead. Because if the Wessex culture understood anything, it was optics, and gold, and trade, and how to disappear without a trace. Here's the thing, the Wessex culture isn't even a culture in the usual archaeological sense. It's a name, a shorthand, a label for a burst of archaeological weirdness that shows up in southern Britain during the early Bronze Age, roughly 2000 to 1400 BCE. It wasn't a nation. It wasn't an empire. It wasn't even, as far as we can tell, a unified tribe. It left no texts, no inscriptions, no codified law or lineage. What it left was burials. Rich ones, elaborate ones. Burials stuffed with exotic artifacts, finely crafted weapons, gold ornaments, bone tools, and the occasional quirk of staggering uniqueness: a dagger from Mycenaean Greece, a belt hook from the Baltic, amber beads that probably passed through half of prehistoric Europe before landing in a tomb in Wiltshire. It's like a civilization that only exists in death. But what deaths they were. Take the Bush Barrow burial, found just a stone's throw from Stonehenge. Inside was a man, probably a chieftain, laid out with a suite of grave goods that would make a pharaoh pause. A bronze dagger, but not just any dagger. The ancient Thracian grave mounds, internal architecture, they're the kind of places you'd drive past without stopping. Rolling hills, forested ridges, quiet fields pockmarked by lumpy rises in the earth. To the untrained eye, they look like oversized molehills, or ancient battlefields, overgrown and forgotten. But these humps in the landscape are not natural. They are not random. They are designed. And inside them? Rooms, chambers, passageways lined with stone, sealed with ritual, and built to confuse as much as to commemorate. These are the Thracian grave mounds, also known as tumuli. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, scattered across modern-day Bulgaria, northern Greece, and parts of Turkey. They belong to a people without a Homer, without an empire, without even a solid alphabet until it was too late. But they buried their dead like kings. Because some of them were kings, or priests, or something in between. And the way they were buried says more about Thracian civilization than any surviving text. Because if you can't read the words, you read the walls, and these walls are loud. Let's be blunt, we don't talk about the Thracians enough. They lived on the margins of Greek history, showing up mostly as enemies, mercenaries, or barbarians, almost always through someone else's lens. Herodotus name-checks them. So do Thucydides and Xenophon. But the image we get is vague, a warlike people divided into tribes, heavy drinkers, good fighters, occasional chariot enthusiasts. But dig into their tombs literally and something changes. You find architecture. Not just burials, but constructed spaces. Spaces that feel planned, calibrated, symbolic. The mound, artificially heaped earth, sometimes rising 10 meters or more, covers a subterranean structure made of stone, slabs, bricks, or even marble. There are antechambers, corridors, dome-shaped ceilings, relief carvings, painted frescoes, sarcophagi, stone beds. These aren't just places to put dead bodies. They're theaters, ritual machines, monuments to power that had no intention of staying silent. One of the most famous examples is the Kagemni tomb, discovered in 1944. Hidden under a grassy hill, it contained a narrow corridor leading to a small circular burial chamber. The walls were painted with vivid scenes. a chariot race, a banquet, a farewell between man and woman. The art is fluid, expressive, emotional. Greek in technique, Thracian in content. It's a tomb, yes, but it feels like a short film. A frozen reel of some noble's final moments before the underworld. But the real mystery isn't the art. It's the architecture. Because across dozens of Thracian mounds, we find internal structures that are deeply weird. Multiple chambers. Stone doors that swing on pivots. Labyrinthine layouts with dead ends and false walls. Corridors that seem too narrow for a coffin but too long for a casual walk. Rooms that appear ceremonial, but are impossible to reach without crawling. It's like someone took the blueprint for a temple and folded it inward. Not for the living, for the dead. Or maybe, for both? Here's the thing. These were not graves in the modern sense. They were spaces of transition, portals between worlds. The Thracians believed in a complex afterlife, one where the soul didn't just float away, but traveled. The tomb was the beginning of that journey, and the architecture reflects that belief. Entering the tomb wasn't just interment, it was initiation. You pass through chambers like rites of passage. The body is placed in the final room not just to rest, but to transform. From man to ancestor, from ruler to god. And this transformation required gear. Weapons, armor, jewelry, drinking vessels, horse trappings, sometimes horses themselves. Grave goods weren't decorative. They were functional. You needed a sword in the afterlife. You needed a gold wreath. You needed a goblet for the eternal feast. Some tombs even contained chariots full ones. Not symbolic models, the real deal. Parked like the hearse of a royal. Ready to go. But again, we ask, why the architecture? Why build such complex interiors for people no longer breathing? Why doors that work? Why chambers that seem theatrical? Why frescoes that no one was supposed to see? There's a theory, call it the ceremonial theory. It says the tomb wasn't just for the dead. It was a stage for rituals performed by the living. Before burial, during it, and maybe even after. We know from Greek sources that the Thracians held mourning rituals that involved music, sacrifice, and feasting. Maybe these chambers were used, lit by torchlight, filled with smoke and chanting. The priest enters, speaks the names, pours the wine. The king's body lies in wait as the living say goodbye, not quietly, but with full performance. Maybe the architecture guided the ritual. Maybe the space was the ceremony. But there's another theory, darker, stranger. It suggests the internal architecture was meant to trap something, not to free the soul, to contain it. In this view, the tomb is not a gateway, but a cage. The soul doesn't ascend, it haunts, it dwells, it waits. And the multiple rooms, the heavy doors, the strange angles, they are seals, locks, not just on the dead, on the power of the dead. Because the Thracians may have believed that kings held spiritual energy that lingered after death, dangerous energy. You couldn't just bury it. You had to confine it, bury it right, with precision, with ritual, with geometry. And that makes the internal architecture more than functional. It makes it magical. Geometry as containment, structure as spell. If you doubt it, look at the Thracian tomb of Sveshtari. Discovered in 1982, it contains 10 female figures carved into the wall's arms, raised, palms up, as if holding the ceiling in place. Their bodies sprout from flowers. Their faces are serene. They are called caryatids, but they are more than decoration. They are guardians, not for the living, for the afterlife, for what lies within. So who were these dead? We don't know most of their names. But the objects tell a story. Gold torques, silver greaves, helmets of iron and bronze, imports from Persia, Athens, Scythia. The Thracians weren't isolated. They were plugged into a massive continental network of trade, war, and diplomacy. They weren't just warriors. They were players. They sat at the table of King Seven if they never wrote about it, and their tombs were statements. Not just, I was rich, but I mattered. I understood something you don't. And then they sealed the chamber and walked away. The real sting? We still can't read their language. Not fully. We have inscriptions, but they're scarce, fragmentary. Most of what we know comes from outsiders, Greeks, Romans, occasional traders with axes and opinions. Which makes the tombs even more important, because they're not second-hand accounts. They're primary sources, and their complexity speaks volumes. In a world where most people lived in wooden huts, these people buried their dead-in-stone mansions underground. Rooms you couldn't even stand in. Doors you couldn't open. Art you weren't meant to see. This isn't just burial. This is drama. And maybe that's the legacy. The Thracians didn't build empires. They built experiences. Miniature, subterranean worlds. And in doing so, they left us one final mystery. If this is how they treated death, how vivid was their life? And now, from the eerie stillness of sealed tombs to the battlefield chaos of Roman warfare, we turn to the unsung guardians of the empire's most sacred banners. Next, the standard bearer scribe targets in combat, but equipped with protection systems no one can quite explain. The lost knowledge of Roman military standard bearers' protection. They stood at the center of the storm, not at the edges like archers, not in the heart of the phalanx like the legionaries. Right in the middle, visible, vulnerable, unavoidable. The Roman military standard bearer signifer, or aquilifer, depending on rank and emblem, was more than a soldier. He was a symbol, a moving icon. A breathing monument to the unity of the legion, the honor of the cohort, the presence of Rome itself. And for that, he was a marked man. Every enemy, archer, slinger, or berserker on the field knew the truth. Kill the standard bearer, and you don't just win a skirmish, you shatter morale. You break the Roman spine. So why, with all their engineering brilliance, all their obsession with military logistics and discipline, have we found so little evidence of how Rome protected its most important soldiers? Where is the armor? Where is the system? Where is the method? It's gone. Or maybe it was never there to begin with, which might be even stranger. First, let's understand who these men were. Each Roman legion had multiple standard bearers. At the top, the aquilifer, who carried the eagle standard, literally the soul of the legion. Losing it was more than a military failure. It was a spiritual trauma. Whole campaigns were launched just to retrieve fallen eagles. Then there were the signifers, one per century, about 80 men, who carried signistaffs topped with discs, hands, wreaths, or other symbols that identified their unit. Think of them as living GPS beacons. There were also vexillarii, imaginiferii, and draconariash, bearing a different type of standard, each with ceremonial and battlefield importance. In short, wherever there was organized Roman movement, there was a guy holding a pole. And that pole wasn't just for decoration. It was the visual code of command. Now here's the weird part. We have tons of depictions of these guys on reliefs, coins, statues, and carvings. And in almost every image, the standard bearer is lightly armored, bareheaded, or in a wolf pelt, sometimes shirtless, sometimes with just a tunic and a mail shirt, occasionally with a small round shield, but often with nothing at all. This is the man carrying the symbol of Rome. And he's dressed like he just got off his shift at the toga factory. Why? Some scholars suggest mobility. The standard was heavy-topped with metal, weighed down with decorations, sometimes braced with a crossbar. Maybe full armor would have slowed the bearer down, made it harder to maneuver. But that feels thin. Because Romans loved armor. They engineered their military kit like sportswear. Segmented plate, flexible mail, reinforced greaves, even articulated helmets. So, if they could armor a cavalryman or a ballista operator, they could definitely armor the guy holding the spiritual backbone of the legion. And yet, they didn't. At least not in ways that survive in the archaeological record. There's a darker theory. One that has nothing to do with mobility, and everything to do with sacrifice. The standard bearer wasn't just a mascot. He was a lightning rod, a walking wager, a statement to both Rome and her enemies. We will protect this symbol with blood. Whose blood? The bearer's. His job wasn't just to carry the standard. It was to die with it, if necessary. To stand as long as possible. To be seen. Even especially when surrounded. He didn't need armor. He needed resolve. This wasn't oversight. It was design. But there's another possibilityless grim, more insidious. Maybe they were protected. Just not in ways we've recognized. What if the standard bearer had a dedicated shield team? Bodyguards whose sole job was to flank him in battle, absorbing blows, creating space, watching his back. We have literary hints of this, mentions of the men around the standard, holding the line, formations pivoting around it, commanders issuing orders based on its position. That suggests support, structure, maybe even invisible armor, human armor. Not plate, people. If that's the case, the bearer didn't need to move. He was moved around. A fulcrum, the eye of the tactical storm. Then there's the ritual theory. Some scholars argue the standard wasn't just a tool, it was a talisman. Its bearer wasn't a soldier. He was a priest. Look at the imaginateur, the standard bearer who carried the image of the emperor, deified and idealized. This wasn't just propaganda, it was worship. Carrying that icon was an act of state religion. And priests didn't wear armor. They wore robes. Ceremony. Dignity. If the signifer or aquilifer was treated as semi-sacred, then armor would have been inappropriate. The point wasn't survival. The point was symbolism. He stood above the fray, literally and metaphorically. Not because he was safe, because he was important enough to die. And yet, that still doesn't sit right. Because Romans were nothing if not practical. They protected what mattered. They reinforced walls. They triple rationed their best horses. They carried backup scorpions. So why not their standard bearers? Maybe the answer isn't lost. Maybe it's just not obvious. What if protection came in rituals? Oaths, charms, gods invoked before battle, talismanic items sewn into tunics, family blessings passed down through generations. What if protection was invisible? Not armor, but fate, or belief, or sheer audacity. There's one more possibility, one that haunts every military historian. Maybe the Romans did have specialized protective gear for their standard bearer, and we just haven't found it yet. Think about it. Metal corrodes, leather disintegrates, textiles vanish. Unless buried in ideal conditions, soft armor is nearly impossible to recover. What if there were padded vests, reinforced belts, bracers, cloaks laced with chainmail? All gone now, all decayed, all mistaken for ceremonial junk or discarded tunics. And then there's the other, unsettling thought. Maybe they didn't bother to protect the standard bearer, because he was replaceable, not the standard. Never the standard. But the man, he was the fuse, the wick. You light it, it burns. Then you pick another, and the symbol goes on. That's the Roman machine. It didn't run on individuals. It ran on ideas. And ideas don't wear helmets. So we're left with reliefs. And statues. And fragments. A carved wolfskin draped over a shoulder. A hand raised high, gripping the standard. Eyes facing forward. No shield. No helmet. Just posture. Bravado. And silence. Because if there's one thing Rome excelled at, it was building systems that outlasted explanation. We still don't know how they did half of what they did. We just know they did it again and again, until even their mysteries became mundane. And now, from the thunder of legions to the stillness of prehistoric stone, we journey next to Ethiopia where standing stones rise from the earth, carved with eyes, faces, and unknown intentions. Another monument to a forgotten purpose. Another echo waiting to be heard. The prehistoric standing stones of Ethiopia. They rise in silence, defying both time and taxonomy. Not in neat rows, not in perfectly circular rings, but scattered some straight, some leaning, some cracked like ancient teeth, hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. No two exactly alike, no obvious rhyme or spatial logic, just stone, upright, watching. These are the standing stones of Ethiopia. They are not as famous as Stonehenge. They don't make it onto Instagram reels or tourist magnets, but in sheer enigma per square meter, they rival any megalithic site on Earth. These stellacem, as tall as 5 meters, are among the most hauntingly undecoded remnants of prehistoric Africa. They come from a culture we barely understand. In some cases, a culture we don't even have a name for. No writing, no oral tradition, no clearly associated settlement or burial pattern that can anchor them in the grid of historical clarity. They just stand. But there is one thing that makes them uniquely, almost eerily human. Some of them have faces. Let's pin the geography before the mystery slips its leash. We're talking southern Ethiopia, specifically regions like Tigray and Sidamo, where highland plateaus cut through with valleys form a fractured, almost otherworldly landscape. This is where the stelae cluster at sites like Tia, Tutafela, and Sado. Tia is the most famous, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, with roughly 45 stone monuments. But it's just one of many. The stelae themselves are often slim, rectangular, tapering toward the top like gravestones, but their surfaces are anything but blank. Some bear elaborate engravings, swords, anthropomorphic figures, concentric circles, crosses, crescent shapes. Some show stylized faces to dots for eyes, a slash for a mouth, etched with a kind of primitive solemnity that's somehow more unsettling than any fully detailed portrait. Others bear geometric motifs so repetitive, so deliberate, that calling them ornamentation feels dismissive. They were meant to mean something. We just don't know what. Most of the stelae stand alone or in small groups. Some are embedded in cemeteries. Some lie shattered, half-buried, eroded by rain and time. And that erosion is a problem because it's not just physical. It's conceptual. The civilizations that erected these stones are gone. Their languages are gone. Their stories, myths, and intentions are gone. What remains are these vertical slashes in the landscape, more punctuation than prose. A question mark in stone. So what are they? Gravestones? Totems? Boundary markers? Astrological devices? War memorials? All have been proposed. None fully satisfy. Some stelae clearly associate with burial human remains, pottery, tools found in shallow graves nearby, but not always. And even when remains are present, they don't clarify who was buried or why they merited a carved stone sentinel. One popular theory links the stelae to elite individuals, local chieftains, or warriors whose importance in life was matched by a literal verticality in death. In this view, height equals prestige, a kind of megalithic leaderboard. But that's inference, speculation, because we have no names, no epigraphs, no myths that survived colonization, conquest, or time. Just silhouettes against the sky. And then there are the swords. Many of the stelae, particularly at Tia, bear sword engravings, always on one side, always pointing the same direction. Some show a single blade, others several. And always stylized, cross-guard, pommel, blade. Are they symbolic? Literal? Both? Did the people who made these stones fight with swords? Were the swords metaphors for power, death, divine judgment? Some argue the swords represent warriors. Others say they symbolize protection in the afterlife, spiritual bodyguards carved in stone. Still, others wonder if the swords were tribal emblems, family crests, or indicators of a particular social function. But again, without text, it's all theory. What's not theory is the effort. These stones weren't carved with modern tools. We're talking about basalt, granite-hard, unforgiving material shaped with primitive iron or even stone tools. It would have taken days, maybe weeks, to shape a single stele, longer to carve it, and longer still to haul it upright. These weren't casual monuments. They were projects, which implies labor, which implies leadership, which implies belief. You don't mobilize a community to raise a 5-meter sword-engraved stone unless everyone agrees it means something. But what? Here's where the theories get weirder and more poetic. One idea, not widely accepted but deeply compelling, is that the stelae are avatars. Not just markers of the dead, but representations of them. That the stones are people immortalized, stylized, anthropomorphized. The faces aren't decorative, they're identity. The swords aren't symbolic, they're possessions. These are warriors, chieftains, ancestors. Standing vigil, waiting, watching. It's an idea that brings to mind the Moai statues of Easter Island or the terracotta warriors of China, a culture trying to freeze its hierarchy in time. But without writing, they had only one medium, stone. So they made it vertical, human-shaped, and placed it in rows. Another theory suggests an astronomical purpose. Some researchers claim the stones align with celestial events, solstices, equinoxes, star risings. Maybe the stelae functioned like giant, sacred sundials. Maybe they marked agricultural cycles. Or divination calendars. Maybe they weren't about who was buried, but when they died. Death, after all, is a time event. If a culture saw time as cyclical, then maybe placing a stele wasn't just a memorial, it was a reset point, a marker that tethered the moment to the heavens. Still, the data is patchy. Alignments are hard to prove when erosion and vandalism have tilted so many stones. And Ethiopia's tumultuous history means we've barely scratched the surface in terms of comprehensive fieldwork. There could be a pattern. We just can't see it yet. Or maybe the pattern is too subtle, or too different. Because here's the deeper truth. We're not just dealing with mystery. We're dealing with epistemological dissonance. Our framework's monument, grave, calendar, Gedare built from other histories, Western ones, literate ones, civilizations that love to explain themselves, often to excess. But the people who carved the Ethiopian stele may have had a different relationship to memory, to death, to permanence. Maybe the stones weren't explanations. Maybe they were presences. Not markers of the past, but anchors of the now. Points of spiritual gravity. Places where the boundary between human and landscape blurred. Where ancestor and object merged. Where the earth itself grew teeth, eyes, and silence. And here's the haunting part. This wasn't a one-off. The stele tradition in Ethiopia spans centuries, maybe longer. New ones were raised, even as older ones fell. Some were reused carvings added later, motifs overlapped. This wasn't a culture that built once and walked away. This was ongoing ritual, which raises another possibility. What if we're looking at conversations? Generational dialogues. Each stele responding to the one before it. Each generation carving its place in the landscape, in stone, with symbols inherited but not identical. The sword changes. The face tilts. The line deepens. A prehistoric comment section without flame wars. In the end, we're left with silence. Not because the stones are mute, but because we are. We don't speak their language. We can't parse their symbols. We can't sit at the edge of a stela field and hear what the wind is whispering through those narrow gaps. We see, we guess, we move on. But the stones remain. And maybe that's the point. They don't need to be solved. They just need to be. To remind us that meaning once stood here, heavy and vertical, with eyes carved into it. And from these mysterious watchers in stone, we now return to the deepest forests of prehistoric Europe, where ditches stretch for miles, and the land itself seems cut with purpose, but no one can agree why.